है वो करना है कंप्लीट।
थर्सडे को है।
हाँ
अबे
रन।
एंड व्हाट आई वाज सेइंग कि हाँ
क्या क्या प्रोजेक्ट है?
वो कॉन्फिडेंशियल रहेगा तो ठीक रहेगा।
अबे हम थोड़ी ना पूरे कॉलेज के हैं जो कॉन्फिडेंस।
मैं तो बनाऊंगा माय लाइफ नन ऑफ योर लाइफ। तो सेइंग कि मतलब तुम लोग ऐसे देखें होगा आप दोस्त हैं मतलब डज ही नो अबाउट यू दैट यू आर गोइंग ऑन अ डेट ठीक है मतलब एक्चुअली ही नोज फिर तो है ना।
हाँ हाँ मतलब हमने ऐसा डिसाइड किया था।
लाइक ऑफिशियल डेट है या फिर ऐसे ही मिलने?
हाँ
दोनों को पता मतलब दोनों साइड पे कंफर्म है क्या?
आपको को भी बताना है ना उसे भी है ना।
आपे मरना
हाँ,
भाई
तो
चीतो मार इसको।
अच्छा हाँ ठीक है अच्छा
हाँ
ठीक है।
तो उसको कैसे बताऊँ?
कैसे पता ये तो मुझे नहीं पता।
ये इस
हम लोग वो
एरिया में
साइड
मैं
पे
थोड़ा
कभी नहीं थे ना।
अगर मुझे पता होता तो आप मुझे उससे ज़्यादा होता।
आज मैं बहुत आगे होता।
आई मीन डेट में कैसे बताएंगी तो आई मीन गिव हिम अ सरप्राइज।
क्या क्या
दे तो क्या
नहीं मतलब क्या तू बोल मैं समझी नहीं। देख तू ये बोल रहा है ना कि उससे बताना है कि डेट है या नहीं, तो ये मैं अभी बताऊँ या उस वक्त बताऊँ ऐसे बोल रही हूँ।
अभी बता दे तो रेडी होके आएगा। नहीं अभी मत बता तो उसको नॉर्मल फॉर्म मिलेगा।
वो
उधर जाके बताना तो नॉर्मल। अरे देख दो टाइप के लोग होते हैं। जैसे कि एक डेट होती है तो एकदम सच धज के लोग आएंगे फुल एकदम तैयार होंगे कुछ गलत नहीं बोलेंगे वैसा सब समझा। लाइक एकदम रॉ फॉर्म मिलेगा ऐसा।
एक्चुअली
वो वैसे बहुत चिल है।
भाई
चिल गाय नहीं बोला है मैंने यार।
सॉरी
भाई जेट पैक्स।
क्या बोली ओ भाई
जेट पैक्स
सुना नहीं।
आउट आउट
अरे क्या बोली है समझ नहीं आया मुझे।
नहीं
चिल गाय करके कुछ बोला।
हाँ मैं भी सुना
वही बोला है हाँ
वही बोल रहा मेरा भी सही है। अबे ये क्या है हो रहा है इनसे मैं लपड़ मारूंगा। क्या कह रहे हैं ये क्या दे रहे हैं मुझे इन्हें जो मुझे नंबर दिया ना
यार उसे पता लग गया कि मैं देहाती हूँ तो
देहाती क्या होता है
चावड़ी।
अबे देख अगर वो वैसी चीजें देखता हो तो बेकार ही है।
क्या मैं समझी नहीं।
अबे मतलब जो बोला क्या था। ओह शिट चीतोस बच के।
यस समझ नहीं आया तभी मैं समझा नहीं पाऊंगा।
यार मैं अपने मतलब नानी के घर पे बाल्टी और मंगेश
इसमें दिक्कत क्या है वो भी हमेशा जाए क्या वो
एवॉन को मारना है नीचे एक बंदा है उसको मारना है हमको।
ज्यादा है क्या उसे घर पे पार्टी नहीं है
नहीं उनके घर पे कैश है। तो क्या कैश का छुट्टा नहीं उनके
मैंने मार दिया।
हमेशा तो आते तो तुम्हें सावर ना मिल लेते रहा ये सोच के चलो।
अच्छा तो ऋषिकेश गया था वहाँ पे था
वहाँ पे तुम्हें बाल्टी से नहवाए।
क्या बात है झूठ नहीं बोल। स्विमिंग पूल में नहाया है
अरे बुरा अपना नहीं है भाई सिस्टम है। तो व्हाट आई वाज ये बोल के तू बोल रही थी कि हाँ कि है तो क्या बोलेगा
हाँ
मतलब यही था मार्टी से नाना
हाँ
हाँ पागल है भाई इतने से कौन कोई बेकार बच्चा ही होगा जो मना करेगा आप
Facts.
आते मैं नहीं कर रहा कुछ
मैं बहुत वो नहीं हूँ
क्या है
मतलब हाई फाई आउटफिट्स ट्राई करने वाली
बड़ी बात क्या है?
इसमें इज दैट नो प्रॉब्लम इसमें कोई दिक्कत तो नहीं होती है लोगों को सब लोगों का अपना तरीका होता है कपड़े पहनने का रहने का अगर हम कपड़े ही देखते रहेंगे तो इंसान कब जानेंगे
सही बात है बेटे
Facts
खुश
भाई,
कर दिया
facts.
खुश कर दिया
कपड़े और ये सब तो आदत तर है भाई तो इट्स नो प्रॉब्लम पे कहाँ है तू दिख ना रहा
लैंड करना है ना?
इधर लैंड करो भाई
इधर इधर
ऊपर ऊपर
इधर इधर इधर
हाँ तो इज देयर एनीथिंग एल्स
आगे नीचे नीचे वेरी गुड
तब तक कैसे है भाई मतलब मैं दूसरा कोई और हेल्प कर सकता हूँ
ठीक है चली जाती हूँ
अरे कोई और हेल्प कर सकता हूँ मैं क्या पूछ रहा हूँ ये क्या बोल रही है
अरे ऐसा बोल रहे कि और कोई सजेशंस चाहिए कोई और हेल्प कर सकता हूँ ऐसा
यार आप ही बताओ यार और
मतलब हाँ व्हाट मतलब तेरे थॉट्स क्या है 50-50 या फिर फुल पेमेंट
हाँ
लाइक अब डेट पे जा रहे हो कहीं तो जाओगे ना
पहले डेट पे गई है पहले गई है डेट पे
हाँ
हाँ
पहले गई है ओके तो तुम्हें रूल नहीं पता है
हाँ
Mr.
क्या
Kress. Mr.
Dutch?
Kress.
नहीं, नहीं,
The government owes
payment,
you a
payment.
big apology.
हाँ
Oh,
मतलब
we're also gonna
पेमेंट
expunge
मतलब
all those
जैसे
charges
मान लो
on
हम
your
गए
record.
हमने खाया
No,
हाँ।
not
और
exactly.
हमने फिर डच
Clifford?
किया
Oh, Clifford.
डच क्या होता है
डच क्या होता है
If he never existed, he'll probably be
हाफा
turned into
Half
call
half.
center software,
50-50.
डच बोलते हो
GPS
ये
for
इसको उसको बोल रहे कि वो कूल है
Thank you.
शायद इसके
All
शब्द
of
देख
you.
डच
हाँ
The world-
और हम लोग वो बोल रहे हैं कि
the world owes
साईफाई
you a
नहीं है
massive favor.
है वो बंदा आदमी वो
हाई फाई
क्या
भाई हाई
बोले
फाई
डच
I'm just
डच
kidding.
लैंग्वेज
प्रीत ने
Oh,
साइफाई
those were all innocent mistakes.
High five, high
Okay,
five.
record says that. Thank you.
I
There will
mean
be no
हाँ
record.
maybe
14?
50 is a good thing
Mrs. Rackman?
You brought Avon Hertz into the government.
And
okay
these
डच मतलब वही
guys.
होता तो हाँ डच
And these guys.
यार
If I
जब मैं
can,
कमाने
I
लग जाऊंगी
will
तब तो
fire
मैं
you.
ही करूंगी
I'm
इसके लिए
protected class.
Yes.
बाप रे बाप
Moronic. Now all of you get out of here.
ये
Let's all
लकी कौन हुआ
pretend
फिर
this
लकी
never
लड़का हुआ
happened.
फिर तो
Mr.
तू नहीं
Kress,
फैक्ट्स
we'll
भाई
send you the money.
Thank
you.
लकी गाय हुआ तू नहीं नाइस
Well,
पापा ने सुन लिया
that
ना
is just about enough
Oh, sorry, bro.
apocalypse excitement for me.
आराम से बोलेंगे
And here I was thinking I could indulge
है भाई
in a
तेरा
little light larceny.
और
you
कोई
know. I gotta
सजेशन
go
लूँ
lie
क्या
down someplace quiet and think about
हाँ हाँ
happy
कुछ
thoughts and simpler
मैं
times.
तुम
You
लोग
know,
तो
back
अच्छे
when I
दोस्त हो
only
तो
had to worry
तुमसे
about
पूछ ही
feeling
सकती हूँ
lonely because girls
Yeah.
didn't like me. You know,
क्या
like,
फर्स्ट डेट पे
even though I hated it at the time, I actually really miss
नहीं
high
नहीं
school.
नहीं 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 नहीं
I
ज्यादा हो
can't
जाएगा
believe I'm saying that, but
है ना
I do.
पूछा
मैं भी
ही
सोचता मैं पूछा ही नहीं था पहले एक मिनट पूछने
Well,
तो दे
this has
जो तूने
been
सोचा मैंने वही सोचा प्रीत
hard
हाँ
for me.
हाँ हाँ डूड देख मेरे साथ हो चुका है इसलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ एक्सपीरियंस से कह रहा हूँ
ओके 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 आई मीन इतना कंफर्टेबल हो तुम दोनों
अबे तो मेरी बात तो सुन
ओ अरे हाँ ऐसे तो कुछ बोला नहीं बहन हम ही सोच रहे हैं
हाँ बाय बाय
हाँ कंटिन्यू सॉरी सॉरी हम लड़के हैं यार एक ही चीज आती थी दिमाग में
हाँ
हाँ बोल बोल होगा
भाई
लेट्स गो
डूम्सडे हाइस्ट कंप्लीटेड
यस कंटिन्यू बोलो बोलो ठीक है क्या फर्स्ट डेट पे क्या
एक मिनट
ठीक है क्विक रिस्टार्ट
क्या हुआ
कुछ नहीं
इसमें एक टैग आता है एक्स्ट्रा पैसों के लिए
हाँ
डू नॉट क्विक रिस्टार्ट उसमें आ रहा है क्रॉस
क्रॉस
5-6 बार रिस्टार्ट करी है
भाई साहब इतनी मेहनत
डेट भाई अबे
अबे
स्नैक्स ही थे यार वरना हो
देख
जाता
पैसे तो मिले ना भाई हाँ
पैसे
कहना
मिले हाँ
मेरा
तो
ना कंटिन्यू
क्या था मैं तो इंटरेस्टेड हो गया भाई बात में
सेम भाई सेम
मेरी ना से किसी और की तो हो रही है
फैक्ट्स
क्या सोचते चली गई
मैं हेलो
हाँ हाँ
हाँ।
आवाज आ रही है
मैं गिर गई थी चेयर से
हम्म
है
हम्म
हिम अबे इज दैट
सही है
नॉर्मल
सही है सही है
ये भी सही है आई मीन हाँ डेट की बात कर रही थोड़ी फिसली जाएगी चलो
हाँ यार तुम लोग को दिखाऊं क्या उसकी शक्ल?
आई मीन
देखा कोई
इफ
इशू
यू
इफ यू वो तेरी प्रॉब्लम
नहीं
भाई
उसको
वो तो
उसको
मना ही
पसंद
करता
नहीं आएगा। हाँ
हाँ अच्छा हाँ ये सही बात है आई
डूड
कंसेंट लेके दिखा तो चलता लेकिन क्या बताओ कंसेंट ही ना दे
वही।
हैंडसम है क्या सच में
अबे हट
अभी
मुझसे।
इनसिक्योर हो रहा है अच्छा फिर ठीक है
क्या?
ना ना फिर ठीक है कुछ नहीं तो क्या पूछने वाली थी मैं इतना इंटू हो गया इस बात में तूने बात ही बंद कर दी
अबे
यार
तुम लोग घटिया बात सोचने लगे थे तुम लोग।
अरे
इतना
तो अब अच्छी
उन्हें
बात बोलते
हम
हैं जो था
हमने इतना नहीं सोचा भाई हम इतना आगे
हाँ
नहीं
हाँ
गए
इतना नहीं
थे
सोचा यस 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 वी वर
अच्छा
जस्ट
फर्स्ट
इनटू द
डेट पे मैं हाथ तो पकड़ सकती हूँ ना?
हाँ वो
हाँ
तो
हाँ
चलता है
वो तक चल सकता है
और उसका फोन तो चेक कर सकती हूँ, मजाक कर रही हूँ।
फोन आई मीन इफ ही
आई
इज ओके
मीन
देन यस
अगर जाना ही हो फर्दर तो फोन चेक करने में क्या इशू है
हाँ
हाँ मतलब अबे तो उसको तो वियर्ड लगेगा ना।
अब
और
अगर उसको फर्दर जाना नहीं हो तो वेट लगेगा अगर उसके पास कुछ
हाँ,
छुपाने को नहीं हुआ तो दिखा देगा और क्या
या
नहीं बट
सिंपल
अगर
आई विल चेक
ऑनेस्ट बंदा हुआ
हाँ
तो बोल देगा
तो
हाँ
दिक्कत
भाई
नहीं
कोई
होती
इशू नहीं है जा देखो हाँ 2-3 से
या
बात चल रही है बट ऐसा
हाँ इफ इज लाइक ओपन तो देन
हम्म
नो प्रॉब्लम
तो मुझे थोड़ी पता है।
अरे तो फोन की बात आई ना फोन चेक करवाएगा वो मतलब कर यू कैन लाइक आई मीन जो भी तूने बोला
हाँ
या
बट मुझे नहीं करना।
ओके ऑन यू ब्रदर ऑन यू
उतना तो दिख ही जाता है यार।
दिखता ही तो नहीं है मेरे दोस्त का भी ऐसा ही हुआ है
ओ
बेचारा
भाई फक 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 फक।
तो या
कर
इसलिए
लेना चाहिए, करूंगी
या
करूंगी।
it's better to check by yourself and not
भाई
trust
तूने ये
on his
बहुत
words
गलत बोल दिया।
आई
जो
मीन
तूने मुझे
देख
बताया था ना।
पॉइंट है चीतोस
हाँ
की बात पे कि लाइक फोन चेक किया तो देखना तो पड़ता है आई मीन
yes
इतना 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 इनडायरेक्टली पूछना लाइक मेरे को कॉल करना है वैसा तो
नहीं नहीं ऐसे पीछे से नहीं करना मुझे, वो खुद ही ऐसे।
हाँ तो
देखो बात अगर
डायरेक्टली
मेरी
पूछ
आती
ले
है तो मैं तो अपना फोन में बीवी को ही दे दूं उसका ही फोन है ठीक है
हम्म
क्योंकि मैं तो कुछ करता ही नहीं हूँ
हाँ वो तो है
अब उस तरीके का मुझे पता नहीं
इससे वो रील्स डालता रहता है अजीब अजीब से
इतना नहीं बताना
क्या गलत थोड़ी बोला
हाँ गलत तो नहीं है मैं रिस्पेक्टफुल काम करता हूँ ना मैं तो रील्स डालता हूँ
हाँ वही ना
अरे ये चुप हो जाती है भाई एक तो
एडिट अच्छा
ओ
एडिट करता
सॉरी
है ना
यार। खो
एडिट
जाती
या
हूँ।
एडिट वाला बता
को
ना
क्या हो जाती है
खो जाती हूँ उसके ख्यालों में।
अरे बाप रे भाई ये तो
अभी से भाई
भाई लगता है आपके प्यार में गिर हुई है वहाँ
अरे
sorry bro sorry
अरे
bro
पिटेगा।
sorry bro
अभी से भाई तई
uh,
वही ना
भैया
I mean कब कितना टाइम हुआ तुम्हें बात करते हुए
2 दिन।
what
2 दिन
2 दिन में डेट
2 दिन में
भाई
डेट
साहब
भाई
ना भाई
अरे यार इससे सीखना पड़ेगा यार
अच्छा तो
अरे
वैसे
तूने
तुम लोगों को क्या लगता है आइडियल टाइम?
आइडियल
what आइडियल
आइडियल
किसका लड़की का पूछ रही है
लड़की के लड़का
नहीं दोनों। अरे आइडियल टाइम लड़की लड़का क्या होता है?
अच्छा
अब
टाइम
टाइम ओके हम लोग को
तुमने
टाइम
टाइप
बोल दिया।
सुनाई दिया हम दोनों को टाइप
हाँ
सुनाई
मुझे भी
दिया
टाइप
नहीं 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 टाइम टाइम जो तुम पूछ रहे हो
टाइम
ना, कितनी देर हो गई बात करते हुए?
आइडियल टाइम
यही
मे
कुछ
बी
2 घंटे।
एक वीक आई मीन कुछ तो पता होना चाहिए ना ऐसे ही थोड़ी
हाँ
ब्लाइंड
दो
में थोड़ी
वीक
चला
तीन
जाएगा
वीक
नहीं
वीक 2 वीक
नहीं
3
एक
वीक
एक एक वीक
3 वीक
मिनिमम
3 वीक बोल
हाँ
रही है
3 वीक तो बहुत ज्यादा हो गया
अच्छा
ठीक है मतलब आई गेस
हाँ, तो 2 दिन भी चलेगा क्या ही जाता है
अभी 1 1 1 हो रहा है।
ओह क्या
क्या
1 बज गए ओह
टाइम।
आओ चलो
अच्छा
मतलब ओ आए हम्म
हम्म
आ जैन।
यार हाँ और कुछ पूछना है सजेशन
सॉरी मैं थोड़ा बह गई थी, एक सेकंड।
हाँ या आपका सजेशन है तो बताओ इफ यू कैन हेल्प।
और तो ठीक है,
ठीक है।
देखेंगे, बाद में पूछूंगी।
बातों से तो सही लग रहा है आदमी।
पॉइंट है।
बातों से उसकी
कूल।
पर्सनालिटी तो,
वो तो
बट
हमें
यही
पता
है
नहीं
ना
भाई।
कि उसको मेरी पसंद होगी या नहीं, never know।
आई मीन इफ मैं कैसे बताऊं यार अब ये चीज मे बी अगर तू कह सकते अगर
हम्म।
लड़का कैसे
हम्म।
अब ये चीज ना मुझे थोड़ी समझानी मुश्किल है। मैं
बोल।
लड़के अपने हिसाब से बताता हूँ ठीक है।
ठीक है।
इफ अ गर्ल इज लाइक जेन्युइन टू मी एंड लाइक ऑनेस्टली जेन्युइन
अच्छा, तो वो
ठीक है।
लड़के के लिए अगर मैं जेन्युइन और ऑनेस्ट हूँ,
या
उसको ये पसंद आएगा।
ऑब्वियसली दैट्स
ऑफ कोर्स।
मतलब इतना ही मैटर करता है। आई थिंक इतना ही मैटर करता है
हम्म
कि अगर लड़की जेन्युइन है तो आई विल लाइक नॉट थिंक ऑफ समथिंग एल्स।
और तुम लोगों को क्या लगता है, और क्या उसमें ट्रेड होना चाहिए?
ग्रेट।
ट्रेड
ये हेल्प करना प्रीत।
वही सोच रहा हूँ ना
हेल्पिंग
डूड।
होना चाहिए ना, हेल्पिंग होना चाहिए उसमें।
हेल्पिंग
हेल्पिंग किस टाइप में हेल्पिंग
लाइक
बहुत ही
कोई भी
ज्यादा।
मतलब जैसे कोई भी
कोई भी।
मैटर हो तो लाइक कुछ भी इशू हो।
हाँ।
जैसे कि
हाँ।
अगर जैसे कि कंप्यूटर इशू हुआ कल इसको ठीक है। अब उसको कुछ भी करके कैसे भी जुगाड़ उगाड़ लगा के कुछ तो सोल्यूशन दे ऐसा। आई मीन अगर सोल्यूशन चाहिए तो
हाँ एग्जैक्टली, कोई भी हेल्प, कोई भी।
वो तो मिनिमम रिक्वायरमेंट है बट कोई भी हेल्प हेल्पिंग
कहाँ
तो
चला गया ये?
हाँ हाँ सॉरी 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 आई वाज टेक्सटिंग माय फ्रेंड। अरे बात तो टू अरे मुझे का व्हाट द हेल ब्रो।
क्या
ए
हुआ।
बिना कुछ नहीं
एटीट्यूड।
वो नहीं नहीं प्ले प्ले विद ओवो में मैं कुछ ज्यादा कुछ चीज देख ली थी तो वो कर रहा था
क्या।
थोड़ा सा।
हाँ समझ गया।
ये रहे मेरे कैश ओए होए होए होए। पैसे चाहिए पैसे गरीब है क्या। हाँ,
हाँ मुझे देना। वो गिव
रुक जा
अनविता वन
चित
जीरो जीरो नाइन वन वन वन।
मेरे पैसे थे।
इसमें
मेरे 5595 है, ये देख।
अरे वो कैश।
वो कैश।
ऐसे कर, ओवू
हाँ
गिव कैश टीयू, ऐसे 100911 टीयू।
ओ गलत कर दिया मैं। हो गया लेफ्ट जी 10,000 रुपये।
1000 दे छी यार, हट।
ये यार तो अच्छा।
हम्म है
ओ
क्या
यार,
वो
टाइम
कैश।
थोड़ा आईफोन मिल जाता है यार।
आईफोन आईफोन इतने में नहीं आता है।
ओ ओ वो गिव अच्छी तरह से।
ये
823 अपना नंबर लिखा है
अच्छा
क्या?
नहीं नहीं तेरा लिमिट है पैसे रिसीव करने के। लिमिट है लिमिट है।
छी भाई छी।
अरे अरे आपका पर घंटे का रेट कितना है।
शर्म ही नहीं।
सॉरी अब
देख
सोचो ये
भाई
बंदा
शीतोस
ऐसे
में शर्म ही
शर्मनाक
नहीं
हो
है भाई।
मतलब बेशरम हो अब वो कैसे
अरे
लगेगा
हाँ,
वो
तो
लड़का।
हम, हाँ बेशरम तो बढ़िया है यार, मस्तीखोरी ऑन टॉप।
What the fuck? अब यहाँ मैं
हम्म
जेलिस हो गया।
क्यों?
नहीं कुछ नहीं आई मीन जस्ट सेइंग।
हाँ तो वो तो बताओ कुछ और ट्रेट, हेल्पिंग।
कुछ
हेल्पिंग
और
वाला,
ट्रेट हेल्पिंग है
कुछ
चलो
और
ठीक है।
हेल्पिंग है ठीक है।
हेल्पिंग होना चाहिए ये कह रही
हाँ
हूँ।
हाँ हेल्पिंग होना
हाँ
चाहिए।
हाँ ओके ओके होना चाहिए हाँ सही बात है।
और
और
जैसे मैं थोड़ी
इज
इंडिसाइसिव
ही
हूँ तो।
इज ही लाइक इंट्रोवर्ट और एक्सट्रोवर्ट
गुड
लाइक
पॉइंट।
ज्यादा टॉकेटिव है या फिर नहीं है।
है
है ना।
है
मेरे
तेरे साथ है।
सामने, मेरे
तेरे
सामने है,
साथ है
हाँ
हाँ।
तो
हाँ
देख मतलब
और वैसे
बेसिकली तेरे फ्रेंड
वैसे
के
नहीं
साथ
रहता
कैसे
ऐसा।
रिएक्ट करता है वो भी देखना पड़ेगा ना।
क्या?
मतलब जैसे कि अगर कभी फ्रेंड्स के साथ तुम लोग गए हो
हाँ
वो
यार,
कैसा
वो
रिएक्ट
तो
करेगा।
पागल हो गया था उसके पीछे उसकी आवाज सुन के।
है
है
हाँ।
व्हाट
शिट
मतलब
नॉट गुड.
किसकी आवाज?
मेरी फ्रेंड की.
ओह अच्छा. हम्म.
रेड फ्लैग है क्या?
इंटरेस्टिंग. वो मुझे क्या बता भाई, तू जाने. रेड फ्लैग ऐसा तो नहीं है. आई मीन इफ ही इज टॉकेटिव इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू देन
हाँ.
इट्स अ गुड थिंग. एंड अगर वो इन रियल नहीं है तो इट कैन बी अ प्रॉब्लम.
ओ
क्योंकि उसको अपना
भाई.
मे बी उसको टाइम स्पेस चाहिए हो. मे बी.
हम्म.
जस्ट सेइंग.
हो सकता है.
आई मीन सबको चाहिए होता है.
हाँ वो भी है.
क्या होता है तुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम हो?
टाइम और स्पेस तो सुन सुन के पक गई हूँ.
आई
सॉरी.
डोंट सबको चाहिए.
मैं
सबको चाहिए.
वही.
हमें कोई देने को तैयार नहीं है ना भाई टाइम और स्पेस. सबको वही जल्दी जल्दी बाजी में सब चाहिए.
शिट भाई.
पेशेंट इज द की टू सक्सेस.
यस.
सक्सेस कैसे बोला?
यस. सॉरी ब्रो.
या भाई फैक्ट्स.
मेरी. फैक्ट्स.
ओए तेरा
सेक्स.
वो दिखाना डेस्कटॉप पेट.
डेस्कटॉप डेस्कटॉप का वॉलपेपर.
पेट
डेस्कटॉप पैट. अच्छा देख मैंने वैसे वॉलपेपर चेंज किया.
दिखा.
दिखाऊं क्या? दिखाऊं क्या? दिखाओ 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 दिखाओ.
ओ
देखो 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 जल्दी आओ.
उसकी आंखें लगाई हैं क्या? वाह.
हेल ना ब्रो, किसकी आंखें? मेरे पे कोई है ही नहीं.
ठीक है.
ओ वाह
डेस्कटॉप.
बहुत सुंदर है.
डेस्कटॉप पैट. ठीक है.
हाँ रुक जा.
नाइस
क्या नाम था
वॉलपेपर
उसका?
बनी.
ये
बंदे के पास गेम्स तो है.
ये ये ये
डी पैट.
या वो देखा है
या
तुमने मीम?
ये
हाँ या
ये
तू
देखा
कोई
देखा.
ऐसे ही बोलता है क्या? या
या
टेक्स्ट पे नो वे.
ये रहा. नहीं नहीं ऐसे नहीं बोलता मैं नॉर्मली बोलता हूँ. या डोरेमोन
या
चाहिए? डोरेमोन भी है.
डोरेमोन
ले
दिखाओ.
आवे. ये
पटैक पटैक. ये मेरे को भी चाहिए.
फ्री है स्टीम पे. ये घूमते रहेंगे ऐसे ही बस तेरे डेस्कटॉप पे.
ओए
कूल
तूने
है.
वो
आई
खेला
मीन
है? ओ
क्या?
ओ से ओ प्ले क्या था?
बाय बाय. चलो सो जाओ तुम लोग भी.
This story is titled, Parents Raise My Rent to Support Golden Child Brother Lifestyle. So I just left and they're freaking out because they cannot afford to live without my rent money. What's up, Reddit? Need to get this crap off my chest before I lose my mind. Fair warning, this is going to be a long one. So I'm Jake, 25 male, and I've been living with my parents since forever. Not because I'm some loser who can't get his life together. I've got a decent job as a web developer, I pay all my own bills, and I've been saving up to start my own gaming studio someday. Actually been paying my parents $450 a month in rent since I turned 18. Yeah, 18. While most of my friends were living the college life, I was already forking over cash to live in the bedroom I grew up in. But whatever, that seemed fair. Housing market is complete garbage around here, and I figured helping the fam was better than throwing money at some random landlord. Plus, my job is like 15 minutes away, so it made sense. The problem isn't the money, it's my older brother Drew, 28. This dude is the walking definition of golden child syndrome. I swear my parents think he is a gift from God. Always have. Growing up, the double standard was so obvious it was actually laughable. Like if Drew broke my mom's favorite vase playing ball in the house? Accidents happen, sweetie. If I left a freaking water ring on the coffee table, 3-hour lecture about respecting property and responsibility. I wish I was exaggerating. Drew dropped out of college twice, jumped between like 8 different jobs, got fired from most of them, started a bunch of businesses that were basically just him scamming people on Facebook. And through all of it, my parents were like, Drew's just finding his path. He's so entrepreneurial. He's got such big dreams. Meanwhile, I'm over here with my steady job, paying rent, helping around the house, and it's like I'm fucking invisible most days. So about a month ago, Drew called my parents crying that he and his wife are between homes. That's code for we're broke AF and got nowhere to go. So he shows up at the door with his wife Amy, their 2 kids, Zoe, 7, and Tyler, 4, and this yappy little Pomeranian puppy they named Zeus. Turns out his latest business venture, some crypto BS because of course it was, crashed and burned, and they got evicted from their apartment. My parents didn't even hesitate. Of course you can stay here. Stay as long as you need. No discussion with me. No asking if I was cool with it. Just welcome the circus right in. The house went from reasonably quiet to total chaos overnight. The kids are running around screaming from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. That demon dog pisses on everything. My shoes, my backpack, even my bed once. And nobody trains it or disciplines it because he's just a puppy. My workspace? Gone. I WFH 3 days a week, and I had a decent setup in the spare room. Now it's filled with all their crap that didn't fit in the guest room. So I'm crammed in my bedroom trying to code while the kids are pounding on my door every 5 minutes, asking if they can use my computer to play Roblox. Bathroom? Always occupied. Kitchen? Disaster zone 24/7. Living room? Covered in toys and dog hair. My stuff keeps mysteriously breaking or disappearing. And when I bring it up, it's always, the kids are just playing, or accidents happen. The weirdest part? Drew has become super weird and protective whenever I talk to Amy. Like yesterday, I literally just asked if she was done with the toaster, and Drew came charging in from the other room like, my wife's got it handled, bro. What the freak? As if I'm hitting on her by asking about kitchen appliances? Get over yourself, dude. And through all this, guess who's still paying $450 rent? This guy. And guess how much Drew and his family are contributing? If you guessed 0, congrats. You win nothing because it's fucking obvious. I kept my mouth shut at first. They have kids. They're going through a rough time. Blah, blah, blah. My mom always says we have to stand by each other when we're in need, so I tried to be cool about it. But it gets better. Last week, my mom cornered me in my room with that look she gets when she's about to ask for something but act like it's no big deal. Jake, honey, she starts, doing that thing where she fidgets with her wedding ring. With Drew and his family staying with us, our expenses have really gone up. Groceries, utilities, everything. I already knew where this was going, but let her finish. We were thinking maybe you could contribute a bit more to help out, just until Drew gets back on his feet. I straight up asked, you want me to pay more rent when Drew and his entire family are living here for free? She got this weird pinched look on her face. It's not free, Jake. They're family. And family helps family. There it is again. The magical phrase that only seems to apply to me. So how much more are we talking? I asked. Just another $300 a month should cover it. $750 a month to live in my childhood bedroom, in a house overrun with screaming kids and a dog that pisses everywhere, where I have 0 privacy and my stuff keeps getting broken. I told her I'd think about it, just to get her off my back. But inside, I was fucking seething. That night at dinner, my dad backed her up with comments about everyone doing their part and tough times, while Drew sat there shoveling food in his face, occasionally saying stuff like, "Thanks for understanding, bro." Then, the cherry on top of this shit Sunday, Mom casually mentions that Drew and Amy are going out Friday night for date night, and I'll be watching the kids. Not asked. Told. "I have plans," I said, even though I didn't. "What plans?" Mom demanded, like I needed her permission to have a social life. "Just plans." Drew jumped in. "Come on, man. We haven't had a night out in forever." "The kids love their Uncle Jake." Everyone stared at me expectantly until I caved. "Fine. Whatever." Friday night rolls around, and instead of playing the new game I'd been waiting to try, I'm chasing 2 hyper kids and a demon dog around the house. Drew and Amy said they'd be home by 10. They rolled in at midnight, both clearly buzzed, not even apologizing for being late. Oh, and while I was distracted by the kids, Zeus left a steaming surprise in my room. Stepped right in it when I went to bed. Perfect end to a perfect night. At this point, I'm starting to feel like I'm going insane. Am I crazy for thinking this whole situation is completely messed up? I guess what I'm trying to figure out is whether I'm in the wrong here. Should I suck it up and pay more to keep the peace? Or am I right to feel like this is completely unfair? I've always been the type of person who avoids conflict, but this situation is pushing me to my limit. I'm tired of being the one who always has to compromise while Drew gets a free pass. If anyone's been in a similar situation, I'd love to hear how you handled it. I'll keep you all updated on what happens next. Thanks for reading. Update 1. Hey guys, thanks for all the comments on my last post. Didn't expect so many people to relate to my family BS. Anyway, things have gotten even worse since then, if you can believe it. So after that whole babysitting fiasco, I was still on the fence about what to do. Like, yeah, the situation was complete garbage, but moving out seemed like such a huge step. Apartments around here are stupid expensive, and I've been trying to save up for my gaming studio dream. Plus, moving out felt like I was somehow letting my parents win. IDK if that makes sense, but it felt like I was admitting defeat or something. But then a bunch of stuff happened that pushed me over the edge. The morning after I babysat, I woke up to find Amy going through my desk drawers. Not even subtly, just straight up digging through my stuff. I was so shocked I just stood there for a second before asking, "What are you doing?" She jumped like I'd caught her stealing, which technically I had. "Oh, I was just looking for some tape. The kids want to make a craft. There's tape in the kitchen drawer, where it's been for like 20 years. Well, I couldn't find it there," she said, all defensive. Before I could say anything else, Drew appeared in my doorway like he has some kind of radar for when someone might call out his wife's BS. "Everything cool in here?" He had this weird aggressive tone, like I was threatening her or something. "Your wife is going through my stuff," I said. Drew's face got all hard. "She said she was looking for tape, man. Don't make it a federal case. It's my personal space, Drew. Would you like it if I started going through your things?" "That's different," he said, putting his arm around Amy protectively. "We're guests here." "Exactly. Your guests. In the house I pay to live in." Drew laughed. "Always about money with you, isn't it? Some of us have real problems, dude." I almost lost it right there. I have a policy against punching people who are dumber than me, but Drew was seriously testing it. I just turned around and walked out before I said something that would make family dinners even more awkward. Later that night, I was heading to the kitchen for a snack when I overheard Drew talking to my parents. They didn't see me in the hallway, so I stopped to listen. "Yeah, I know. Eavesdropping isn't cool, but whatever. Jake has always been so self-centered," Drew was saying. "Would it kill him to step up and help out the family for once? Self-centered? Me? I'm the one who's been paying rent for 7 years while this mooch has never contributed a dollar." I was about to storm in and say exactly that, but then my mom chimed in, "I know, honey. He just doesn't understand what it's like for you with the kids and everything. But he agreed to pay the extra rent, so that will help." "Wait, what?" "I never agreed to that. I said I'd think about it." "He's got all that money saved up," Drew continued, always talking about his stupid video game company. "Meanwhile, we can barely afford clothes for the kids. Maybe if you hadn't blown all your money on crypto, dumbass." And honestly, Drew lowered his voice, he makes Amy uncomfortable, always hanging around when she's in the kitchen or living room. She doesn't like being alone with him. I nearly choked. Me making her uncomfortable? She's the one going through my stuff, and I actively avoid them as much as humanly possible. I went back to my room without getting food. My appetite was gone. I lay in bed fuming for hours, replaying everything in my head. The next morning at breakfast, my mom casually mentioned that since I'd agreed to the new rent amount, she'd be expecting the first payment on Friday. I opened my mouth to argue that I never agreed to anything, but my dad jumped in with, We really appreciate you helping out, son. Family first, right? They were tag teaming me, and I knew from experience there was no winning this argument. So I just nodded and focused on my cereal. Then my mom dropped another bomb. Oh, and Drew and Amy need someone to watch the kids this weekend. They've got a wedding to go to. The whole weekend? I asked. Just Saturday afternoon through Sunday evening, she said. Like that was no big deal. I can't, I said. I've got work stuff to finish. You can do your computer stuff anytime, my mom said dismissively. The wedding's only on this specific date. Yeah, bro, Drew added. Don't be so selfish. It's not like you have actual plans. How the hell would he know what plans I have? And more importantly, why is their social life my responsibility? Actually, I do have plans, I lied. I promised to help my buddy Chris move. Can't you reschedule? My mom pressed. No, he's already got the truck rented. The look my mom gave me could have melted steel. Drew just shook his head like I'd disappointed him personally. Amy muttered something that sounded like typical under her breath. The weekend babysitting thing was bad enough, but what really pushed me over the edge happened a few days later. I came home from work to find Zeus had chewed through my expensive gaming headset, like completely destroyed it. Those things cost $200. When I confronted Drew about it, he just shrugged. It's just a headset, man. He's a puppy. What do you expect? I expect you to keep your dog under control and replace things he destroys, I said. We don't have money for fancy headsets, Drew said. If it matters that much to you, buy another one. Or better yet, grow up and stop playing video games all day, says the 28-year-old who lost all his money on a crypto scam. But the final straw? I overheard Drew and my mom talking about my savings account. They were actually discussing how I should pitch in some of my savings to help the family through this rough patch. That was it. The absolute limit. They were plotting to guilt me into handing over my savings. Money I've been putting aside for years, working overtime, skipping vacations, living frugally. Also, Drew could continue his consequence-free lifestyle. I went back to my room, opened my laptop, and started looking at apartment listings. I'm absolutely done. I didn't know how I was going to afford it or where I'd go, but one thing was crystal clear. I couldn't stay in that house another month. Not with these people who saw me as nothing but an ATM with legs. That night, I couldn't sleep at all. Just lay there staring at the ceiling, my mind racing like crazy. Should I confront them? Try one more time to reason with them? Cave and pay the extra money to keep the peace? Every option seemed like a losing one. Around 3 a.m., I texted my buddy Chris. Yeah, the one I made up as an excuse earlier. We used to be tight in high school, but kinda drifted apart after graduation. We still grab beers occasionally, but that's about it. Hey man, weird question. You know anyone looking for a roommate? Gotta get out of my parents' place ASAP. Wasn't expecting a reply till morning. But dude texted right back, dude, this is crazy timing. My roommate just told me he's moving in with his girlfriend next month. You serious? Dead serious. Parents' house has turned into a nightmare. Chris, let's talk tomorrow. Might be perfect timing. I finally fell asleep after that, feeling like maybe the universe was throwing me a bone for once. Met up with Chris the next day after work. His apartment isn't anything fancy. Basic 2-bedroom in a decent part of town, about 20 minutes from my job. But it was clean, quiet, and most importantly, free of my family. Chris said his roommate was leaving in 3 weeks, and if I wanted in, rent would be $575 plus utilities split 50-50. More than I was paying at home before the increase, but less than the $750 my parents wanted now. And without the constant BS, I didn't even hesitate. Told him I'd take it. We did a quick handshake deal and agreed to sort out the details over the weekend. Now I had 3 weeks to figure out how to move out without causing World War III at home. I knew if I told my parents I was leaving, they'd pull out every manipulation tactic in the book. Guilt, anger, fake concern, the works. Plus, they'd probably try to squeeze as much money out of me as possible before I left. So I decided to go stealth mode. Operation GTFO was officially a go. First step was tying up loose ends. I called my bank and changed all my passwords and security questions. Removed any paper statements coming to the house. If they were actually considering taking my savings, I wasn't taking any chances. Next was the physical escape plan. I couldn't just pack everything up without them noticing, so I had to be smart about it. I started with the stuff no one would miss. Books from my bookshelf, winter clothes from the back of my closet, extra computer equipment. Each day I'd take a small load out to my car before work, then drop it off at Chris's place during lunch or after work. His roommate was cool with me storing boxes in the living room until he moved out. Thank God for decent humans, right? The hardest part was keeping a straight face around my family. acting normal when all I wanted to do was tell them exactly what I thought about their BS. Drew was still being his usual entitled self, stomping around the house like he owned it, letting his kids and that demon dog destroy everything. Speaking of the dog, Zeus nearly blew my cover. He kept following me around barking whenever I moved stuff from my room. I started carrying dog treats in my pocket to shut him the fuck up. Felt like I was in a heist movie or something. One close call happened when Zoe, Drew's 7-year-old, saw me loading a box into my car. "What's in the box, Uncle Jake?" she asked, popping up behind me like some horror movie kid. Nearly had a heart attack. "Just some old stuff I'm donating," I lied. "Can I see?" "It's boring grown-up stuff. Just old papers and books. Can I help carry things?" "Not today, kiddo. I've got to get to work." She looked disappointed but thankfully ran off to play. Kids that age have the attention span of goldfish sometimes, which worked in my favor. Meanwhile, my parents were still on my case about the extra rent. Mom kept casually mentioning bills and expenses whenever I was around. Dad started giving me the silent treatment when I didn't immediately hand over the extra $300. The absolute best, though, was Drew. This idiot had the nerve to lecture me about financial responsibility one night. "You know, Jake," he said, sprawled on the couch while I tried to watch TV, "when you have a family of your own someday, you'll understand that sometimes you have to make sacrifices." The irony was mind-blowing. "Fascinating insight from a guy who's living rent-free in his parents' house at 28, I replied. "That's a low blow, man. I'm going through a tough time. The crypto market is volatile. The crypto market is a scam, and you fell for it. Twice." He got all huffy and left the room. Small victories. Then came another fun family meeting. Mom called everyone to the living room one evening. Me, Dad, Drew, and Amy. The kids were already in bed, thankfully. "We need to discuss the sleeping arrangements," Mom announced. "With the kids getting bigger, they need more space." I immediately got a bad feeling. "We're thinking they should have their own room," she continued. "Jake, since you're working so much anyway, we thought you wouldn't mind if the kids used your room. You could take the den downstairs." The den is basically a converted basement storage room with no windows and a futon that's older than I am. Plus, it's right next to the laundry room, so you hear the washing machine at all hours. "Absolutely not," I said before I could stop myself. Everyone looked shocked, like they couldn't believe I'd refused such a reasonable request to give up my bedroom for the freeloaders. "It would just be temporary," Mom said, "until Drew and Amy get back on their feet." "Which will be when exactly?" I asked. "They've been here a month with zero progress toward moving out." "I'm applying for jobs," Drew protested. "Are you? Because all I see is you playing Xbox and complaining about how hard your life is." "Boys, stop it," Mom interjected. "Jake, it would really help the family if—" "No," I cut her off. "I pay rent for my room. I'm not moving to the basement so Drew's kids can have my space. That's final." The room went silent. Dad looked uncomfortable. Mom looked like she was about to cry, her go-to manipulation tactic, and Drew just glared at me like I'd kicked his dog, which I'm about to. Amy finally broke the silence. "Well, I think it's incredibly selfish. Those poor children crammed into one tiny room while you have all that space to yourself." I almost laughed. "You know what's selfish, Amy? Moving your entire family into someone else's house and then acting entitled to even more space." She gasped like I'd slapped her. Drew stood up, getting in my face. "Don't talk to my wife like that." "Or what?" I shot back, standing up too. I'm a good 3 inches taller than Drew and hit the gym regularly, unlike him. He backed down pretty quick. "This is exactly why the kids don't like being around you," he muttered, retreating to Amy's side. That was news to me, considering the kids wouldn't leave me alone most days. I looked around at all their angry, disappointed faces and realized something important. These people weren't going to change. They would keep taking and taking until there was nothing left of me. "I'm going to bed," I announced. "And just to be crystal clear, I'm not moving to the basement, I'm not giving up my room, and this discussion is over." As I walked out, I heard Amy whisper to Drew, "See? I told you he's always been the problem." That night, I finalized my plans. I texted Chris asking if I could move in early, sleeping on his couch until his roommate left. He agreed. Operation GTFO was entering its final phase. No more Mr. Nice Guy. It was time to put myself first for once. So now, everything is set. I've signed the lease, packed my stuff, and I'm just waiting for Chris to tell me when I can come. I know this is going to cause a lot of drama, but honestly, I don't give a shit anymore. I need to do what's best for me, and staying in that house isn't it. I'm ready to start fresh in a place where I can actually focus on my goals without all the chaos and stress holding me back. Wish me luck, guys. I'll let you know how it all goes in the next update. Update 2. What's up, Reddit? Thanks for all the support on my last few posts. Reading your comments has honestly kept me sane through this whole clusterfuck. So here's what's gone down since my last update. After that blowout about the bedroom situation, things at home got real tense. My parents were giving me the silent treatment, which was actually kind of peaceful TBH. Drew was stomping around like a toddler who got his toys taken away, and Amy kept making these passive-aggressive comments whenever I was in earshot. Some people just don't understand what it means to be a family, she'd say to no one in particular while I was grabbing coffee in the morning. I just ignored it all and focused on finalizing my escape. Chris texted saying I could move in that weekend. His roommate was cool with me using the living room to sleep until he officially moved out in a couple weeks. Said the guy felt bad for me after Chris told him about my situation. Strangers showing more empathy than my own family? Pretty sad when you think about it. Friday night, I made sure to act normal at dinner. Even offered to do the dishes afterward, which surprised everyone. My mom looked at me suspiciously, like she was trying to figure out what my angle was. But I just smiled and said I was in a good mood because of a work thing. They bought it. After everyone went to bed, I packed up the last of my essential stuff. Laptop, remaining clothes, toiletries, chargers, all that important shit you need for daily life. I'd already moved most of my other stuff bit by bit over the past couple weeks. Set my alarm for 5 a.m. Figured that would give me plenty of time to load up my car and bounce before anyone woke up. Drew and his family never get up before 9 on weekends, and my parents are usually up around 7:30. Of course, Zeus the demon dog almost ruined everything. My alarm went off, I quietly got up and started carrying bags to my car, and that little fur missile started going ballistic, barking and jumping around like I was an intruder. I panicked for a second, thinking he'd wake everyone up. Tossed him one of the treats I'd been using to bribe him. Yes, I came prepared even for this, but he just ate it and kept barking. Little bastard. Finally had to pick him up and lock him in the bathroom with another treat. Felt bad for whoever would find him there later, but desperate times and all that. Loaded everything into my car in record time. My hands were shaking the whole time, partly from the early morning cold, partly from the adrenaline rush of finally escaping. I stood in my bedroom one last time, looking around at the empty shelves and bare walls. It was weird. I'd lived in that room most of my life, had some good memories there, before everything went to shit. For a split second, I felt this pang of doubt. Was I making a mistake? Would I regret leaving like this? Then I heard Zeus start barking again from the bathroom, and Drew yell, "Someone shut that fucking dog up," from his room. Nope, no regrets. I'd thought about leaving a note, but what was there to say that hadn't already been said? So I just grabbed my keys, took one last look around, and walked out. Driving away from my parents' house as the sun was just coming up felt surreal, like I was in some coming-of-age movie or something. I half expected dramatic music to start playing. Instead, I just cranked up some Metallica and hit the gas. Made it to Chris's place around 6 a.m. He was still asleep, obviously, so I sat in my car for a bit, scrolling through my phone. I'd turned it to silent mode, figuring it wouldn't be long before my family realized I was gone, and the texts, calls started flooding in. Chris finally woke up around 7:30 and helped me bring my stuff in. His place isn't anything special. Basic apartment with a small kitchen, decent-sized living room, 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. But it was quiet. No screaming kids, no barking dog. Just blessed, beautiful silence. "Make yourself at home," Chris said, gesturing to the couch. "Jim's room will be empty in a couple weeks." I crashed on the couch and slept for like 4 hours straight. Best sleep I'd had in months, even on a lumpy couch. When I woke up and checked my phone, it was exactly what I expected. 8 missed calls from Mom, 3 from Dad, 2 from Drew, surprising he even bothered, and about 1 million texts. Mom, "Jake, where are you?" Mom, "Are you okay? Call me right now." Mom, "Why is your room empty?" Mom, "I can't believe you would do this to us." Dad, "Son, your mother is very upset. Call home." Зрение? Это не так, как взрослые решают проблемы. Come home so we can talk about this. Drew, "Wow, real mature, bro. Just bail on everyone." Zrenia, "Mama плачет. Hope you're happy with yourself." The Guilt Trip Express was right on schedule. I turned my phone off and helped Chris set up his new gaming system. Figured I'd deal with the family drama later. Around 6 p.m., I finally turned my phone back on and called my mom. Figured I owed her at least that much, even if she had been unfair to me. She answered on the first ring. "Jake, where are you?" "I moved out," I said, keeping my voice level. "I'm staying with a friend." "You moved out? Without telling anyone? How could you do this to us?" I had to hold the phone away from my ear. She was screaming so loud. "I tried talking to you guys multiple times about how unfair the situation was. You didn't listen. So you just leave? No note? No warning? Do you have any idea how worried we've been? Your father and I have been calling hospitals. The guilt trip was in full effect, right on cue. Mom, I'm an adult. I don't need permission to move out, and I'm fine, obviously. This is about the rent increase, isn't it? Or the bedroom. We could have worked something out if you'd just talked to us instead of running away like a child. I almost laughed. I did talk to you. Multiple times. You ignored everything I said and kept pushing for more. More money, more space, more sacrifices. All while Drew contributed nothing. Your brother has children, Jake. He's going through a difficult time. And I'm sorry about that. But it's not my responsibility to support his family. I've been paying rent for 7 years while he's never paid a dime. It's not fair. And you know it. Life isn't fair, she shot back. Family helps family. Exactly. But it has to go both ways, Mom. I can't be the only one giving while everyone else takes. She started crying then, which almost broke my resolve. My mom crying has always been my kryptonite, but I held firm. I told her I wasn't coming back, that I'd signed a lease with Chris and would grab my stuff next weekend. She hit me with the classic, "We're disappointed" line. I shot back that I was disappointed too, for always putting Drew first. Then I hung up. It had to be said. Drew texted me later that night. Thanks for bailing and leaving us to deal with Mom's breakdown. Real stand-up bro you are. I replied, thanks for moving your entire family in and expecting me to foot the bill. Real stand-up bro you are. Dad also doesn't stop trying to contact me, sending threats and guilt trips, saying he cannot afford the rent alone. Who said I signed up to be a second parent? Despite all the drama, I feel like I made the right decision. My new place is quiet, my roommate is cool, and I'm finally able to focus on my studies and work without constant distractions. It hasn't been easy cutting ties with my family, but I know it was necessary. I can't keep sacrificing my own happiness and future for people who don't appreciate me. So, yeah, that's where I'm at now. I don't know what the future holds, but for the first time in a long time, I feel hopeful. Thanks to everyone who's been following my story. I'll probably post one final update soon to let you all know how things turn out. Final update. Hey again! It's been a while since my last update. Thanks to everyone who's followed my saga and offered advice and support. Figured I owed you guys a final update on how things have played out. It's been a couple of weeks since I moved out of my parents' house, and honestly, life's been pretty good. Living with Chris has worked out better than I expected. We split everything, respect each other's space, and generally just get along without drama. After years of family chaos, it's been like a vacation for my mental health. My room is set up exactly how I want it. I can leave my laptop on my desk without worrying about sticky fingers destroying it. I can sleep in on weekends without being woken up by screaming kids or a barking dog. I can cook without someone criticizing my food choices or eating all my leftovers. The small things, you know? Work has been going great too. Without the constant stress at home, I've been more focused and productive. I've also been working on my game development stuff on the side. Nothing major yet, but it feels good to be pursuing my passion instead of just talking about it. As for my family, well, it's been complicated. 2 weeks after I moved out, I went back to get the rest of my stuff. It was awkward as hell. Mom looked like death warmed over, wearing the same robe I remember from when I was a kid. Dad was quiet, moving around the house like a ghost. The place had this heavy feeling, like all the energy had been sucked out of it. Chris came with me to keep things quick, but Mom tried to corner me in my old room anyway. You could have talked to us, she kept saying, voice all shaky. You didn't have to just leave. I kept it brief. I did try to talk to you, multiple times. You guys chose not to listen. She started crying, which made me feel like shit despite everything. Dad just stood in the doorway, looking older than I'd ever seen him. Neither of them directly asked me to come back, but the question hung in the air. There were a bit of silence on their behalf. I thought I could finally breathe, but then Dad called one evening, sounding unusually humble. Son, I know we've had our differences, but we need to talk. Man to man. Against my better judgment, I agreed to meet him for coffee at a place near my work. Neutral territory, public setting, seemed safe enough. The minute he sat down, I knew it was a setup. He looked haggard. He went on about how Mom was beside herself and how the whole family is falling apart since I left. I almost felt bad until he dropped the real reason for the meeting. Jake, we're in a tight spot financially. With you gone, we're short on the mortgage payment this month. I just stared at him. So, you want me to keep paying rent for a place I don't live in anymore? Not rent, he said quickly. Just helping out family during a rough patch. Once Drew gets on his feet, I cut him off. Dad, I moved out because you guys were taking advantage of me financially while letting Drew freeload. And now you're asking me to keep paying even though I don't live there? It's not about paying, he insisted. It's about responsibility, family obligations. What about Drew's obligations? I asked. Why isn't he stepping up? Dad got defensive. Drew has a family. He's going through a tough time. He's been going through a tough time for years, Dad. I'm done subsidizing his lifestyle. That's when Dad dropped the bomb. We need $800 this month or we might lose the house. $800. More than I was paying when I lived there. I laughed in his face, which wasn't my proudest moment. But come on. No, Dad. Not happening. Drew needs to get a job. You and Mom need to stop enabling him. He left looking defeated, and I felt a mixture of guilt and anger. Part of me worried they really were struggling, but another part knew this was just more manipulation. The next day, Drew finally broke his silence with a series of nasty, almost threatening texts. Way to ditch the family when we need you most. You're dead to us. Mom's having anxiety attacks because of you. If she ends up in the hospital, that's on you. Dad's about to lose his job from all the stress. If that happens, don't be surprised when I show up to talk. My kids keep asking where Uncle Jake went. Hope you're proud of making them cry. Maybe I'll remind them exactly who to blame. I blocked his number. Then Amy tried. Her approach was more subtle. She sent this long message about how much the kids missed me, how Zoe cried herself to sleep asking for me, how they might have to move to a dangerous neighborhood if they got evicted, laying it on thick. Maybe you could just help out temporarily, she suggested. For the kids, I wasn't falling for it. I sent back, strange how no one cared about my financial well-being when I was being charged $450 in rent while Drew lived free. Sorry, but this isn't my problem anymore. She responded with a paragraph about how selfish I was being. I blocked her too. Every time I shut their attempts, they try a different angle, like they couldn't leave me the fuck alone. A few days later, when my aunt, Mom's sister, called. I rarely talked to her, so I knew something was up. Jake, what's this I hear about you refusing to help your parents with their mortgage? They might lose their home. Turns out my parents had been telling the entire extended family that I'd abandoned them financially, and they were on the brink of homelessness because of me. They conveniently left out the part where they'd been charging me rent for years, while Drew contributed nothing. But the final straw was when I found out through a mutual friend that my parents weren't even struggling financially. Turns out, Dad had gotten a bonus the month before I left, and the whole "we might lose the house" sob story was just BS to guilt me into handing over cash. That's when I went full no contact, blocked their numbers, emails, socials, everything. Even told my job not to put any calls through from them. 2 weeks of silence was bliss until the flying monkeys arrived. Family friends, distant relatives, even my mom's church buddies, all telling me to make peace. I ignored most, but responded to my cousin Mark, who told me the whole story. He was surprisingly supportive. He also gave me the inside scoop. The house is a mess. Drew and Amy aren't paying a dime. The cherry on top? My parents finally gave Drew an ultimatum. Get a job in 30 days or move out. The guy's panicking because his so-called crypto expertise isn't exactly hireable. Mark also dropped a bomb. Mom admitted they never needed my money for the mortgage. They were secretly helping Drew pay off gambling debts. Gambling with 2 kids. Unbelievable. So yeah, I'm done. No contact with my parents, Drew, or Amy. I still send birthday cards to the kids. They're innocent in all this. But otherwise, that bridge is dust. And honestly, I've never been happier. I'm currently working on my game development. Even started dating someone from a programming meetup. If you're stuck in a similar mess, here's what I've learned. Cutting people off isn't just an option. It's survival. Especially when it's family, because they know exactly how to mess with you. Boundaries don't work when people don't respect them. Sometimes you need a whole damn wall. Thanks, Reddit, for giving me the push to finally put myself My parents gave my twin brother $400,000 for his revolutionary business, while telling me to figure it out myself. The fallout after he failed. They lost everything was so sweet. All right, guys, strap in because this story is absolutely wild, and I'm still processing how perfectly everything worked out. This happened over the past 2 years, and the ending is so satisfying I had to share it with you all. Fair warning, this is going to be long, but trust me, every word is worth it for that ending. Background. I, 29 male, have a twin brother Blake, who's obviously also 29M. We grew up in Phoenix in what you'd call an upper middle class family. Dad runs a successful plumbing supply business that he built from nothing, and Mom works as a loan officer at a credit union. Not wealthy, but definitely comfortable. Nice house in the suburbs, good cars, family vacations, all that stuff. Here's where it gets interesting, though. From day one, Blake was the golden child, and I was the afterthought. I'm talking about a level of favoritism so obvious that family friends used to comment on it. Blake was the smooth talker, the charmer, the one who could talk his way out of anything. I was the quiet one who actually got things done but never got credit for it. The favoritism was so blatant that our extended family started making jokes about it at gatherings. "Oh, there's Blake the prince and Ryan the worker bee," my uncle would say, thinking he was being funny. My aunt would always ask about Blake's latest achievements, while barely acknowledging my presence. Even my grandparents got caught up in it. Blake got savings bonds for every birthday, while I got practical gifts like work gloves or tool sets. So 3 months ago, we're all at Sunday dinner at my parents' house like we do every week. Blake shows up with this huge grin and his girlfriend Emma practically bouncing with excitement. Emma, by the way, is the definition of a gold digger who's been working on Blake for 2 years to think bigger and stop settling for employee life. Blake stands up like he's about to give some grand speech. Family, I have huge news. I'm starting my own business, and it's going to revolutionize the home improvement industry. My dad immediately perks up because anything Blake does is automatically amazing in his eyes. Tell us more, son. Blake launches into this presentation about his game-changing business idea. He wants to start a luxury home renovation company that specializes in high-end sustainable upgrades for wealthy homeowners. His pitch was basically that rich people want expensive, eco-friendly renovations, but don't know how to find quality contractors who can handle luxury projects. He had this whole speech prepared about market gaps and untapped demographics, and how he was going to disrupt the traditional contracting model. The guy was using buzzwords he'd obviously learned from watching YouTube videos about entrepreneurship. Emma was nodding along like he was delivering the Gettysburg Address, occasionally adding helpful comments like, "Blake has such vision, and this is exactly what the market needs." What really got me was how prepared this whole presentation was. Blake had clearly practiced this pitch multiple times, probably with Emma coaching him on what to say. He had talking points about target demographics, profit margins, and growth potential, all complete nonsense, but delivered with the confidence of someone who actually knew what they were talking about. I'm sitting there thinking this sounds like every other home renovation company, but with fancier marketing. But my parents? They're acting like Blake just invented electricity. "This is incredible, Blake," my mom gushes. "You're going to transform people's homes and help the environment." Then Blake drops the bomb. The best part is, Mom and Dad have agreed to fund the startup. They're investing $400,000 to get Blake Home Innovations off the ground. I nearly choked on my food. $400,000 for a business idea that was basically renovations but expensive. My dad turns to me with this proud smile. "We're investing in Blake's future, Ryan. This is his chance to build something really special." Now here's the thing that made my blood boil. 18 months ago, I had approached them about starting my own general contracting business. I had spent months preparing a detailed business plan. I had lined up 3 major clients ready to sign contracts. I had researched equipment costs and labor needs, and I had even secured preliminary quotes from suppliers. You know what my parents told me? "Ryan, you've always been resourceful and independent. You're smart enough to figure this out on your own. Blake needs more support than you do." That word, independent, like it was some kind of character flaw that I could handle my own problems. The difference between Blake's idea and mine? I wanted to start a legitimate general contracting business, focusing on middle-class home improvements and small commercial projects. I had real clients, real contracts, and a realistic plan to be profitable within 6 months. Blake had a fancy name and a vague idea about targeting rich people. But Blake was getting $400,000 handed to him, while I was told to figure it out myself. To understand how messed up this family dynamic is, I need to give you the full background because this favoritism started when we were literally babies. Blake came out first, I followed 4 minutes later. According to family stories, Blake cried loudly and demanded attention, while I was quiet and looked around taking everything in. My parents always said this set the tone for our personalities, and apparently their parenting approach too. Growing up, Blake was the outgoing kid who made friends easily and played sports. I was more reserved, preferred working with my hands, and learned practical skills from my carpenter grandfather. Guess which approach our parents celebrated? Every single baseball game Blake played, and he was average at best. My parents were there with coolers, foam fingers, and professional cameras, acting like he was heading to the major leagues. When I won first place at the regional woodworking competition in high school, they missed the ceremony because Blake had a tournament the same weekend. The woodworking competition was actually huge. I'd spent 6 months crafting an intricate oak bookshelf with hand-cut dovetail joints and custom brass hardware. The judges were blown away. I got a trophy, a $500 scholarship, and my project was featured in the local newspaper. My parents' response? That's great, honey. Did Blake's team win their game? Meanwhile, Blake's baseball achievements were treated like national news. Base hit in a meaningless game? Dad called his friends to brag. Made varsity as a sophomore because half the seniors graduated early? Mom threw a celebration dinner for the extended family. In high school, Blake wanted to take his girlfriend to prom in style, so Dad rented him a limousine and bought an expensive tuxedo. When I wanted to buy tools to start doing small carpentry jobs to earn money, I had to save up for my part-time job because it builds character to work for what you want. College was more of the same pattern. Blake struggled with his business classes, hovering around a 2.5 GPA and needing constant tutoring. Guess who paid for that? When he almost got kicked out for academic probation junior year, my parents hired him a team of tutors at $40 per hour. They spent over $8,000 that semester alone. Meanwhile, I maintained a 3.6 GPA while working 25 hours a week at a construction supply company. When I made Dean's List 3 semesters in a row, they said, "We expect nothing less from someone as capable as you." No celebration dinner, no proud phone calls, just expectations. The summer before senior year, Blake wanted an unpaid internship at some California startup because it would look good on his resume. My parents paid for his San Francisco apartment for 3 months, probably $15,000 total. Blake spent that summer posting Instagram photos from trendy restaurants, learning nothing about actual business. That same summer, I worked full-time for a commercial contractor, gaining real experience in project management, cost estimation, and client relations. But because I was earning money instead of costing money, my parents saw it as less valuable than Blake's expensive California adventure. After college, Blake bounced between jobs for 3 years, getting fired from 4 different companies for poor performance and attendance. Each time, he'd move back home while my parents supported him emotionally and financially. Marketing agency? Too corporate. Real estate company? Unrealistic expectations. High-end furniture store where he got caught sleeping in the break room? Beneath his skill level. The worst part was watching Blake become more entitled with each bailout. Emma encouraged this attitude constantly, telling him he was too talented for traditional employment and destined for greatness. When I graduated and got hired making $45,000 at a construction company, they barely acknowledged it. I was learning the business from experienced contractors, but my parents were so focused on Blake's career journey that steady employment seemed boring and unremarkable. Meanwhile, I had been working construction for 6 years, developing relationships with suppliers, subcontractors, and clients. I had hands-on experience with every aspect of the business, but none of that mattered because I was the independent one who didn't need help. The week after the big announcement, I asked Blake if I could look at his business plan. You know, just curiosity about this revolutionary idea worth $400,000. It's still being refined, he said, but the concept is rock solid. Red flag number 1. I pushed for more details. What's your target market analysis? How many potential clients have you identified in the Phoenix area? Blake got this confused look he always got when someone asked for specifics. Well, there are tons of wealthy people here who want nice renovations. It's a huge market. That's not market analysis. That's just stating obvious facts. Over the next month, I watched this disaster unfold in slow motion. Blake had no real business plan, no client base, no partnerships with suppliers, no understanding of construction licensing requirements, no insurance plan, and no realistic timeline for profitability. I tried asking him basic questions that any legitimate contractor would be able to answer. What's your average project timeline? He didn't know. How do you calculate labor costs? He had no system. What's your markup on materials? He'd never thought about it. How do you handle permit applications? He didn't even know permits were required for most renovation work. The licensing situation was particularly ridiculous. In Arizona, you need a contractor's license for any project over $1,000, which requires passing examinations on building codes, safety regulations, and business practices. Blake hadn't even looked into the licensing process. When I mentioned this to him, he waved it off, saying he'd figure that out later, and that licensing was probably just bureaucratic red tape anyway. Even more concerning was his complete lack of understanding about insurance and liability. Construction work involves significant risks, and any legitimate contractor needs comprehensive liability insurance, workers' compensation coverage, and bonding. Blake had no idea these things existed, let alone how much they cost or how to obtain them. When I explained that insurance alone would probably cost $15,000 to $20,000 per year for his type of operation, he looked at me like I was speaking a foreign language. What he did have was a logo that Emma designed using some online tool and a 2-page business overview that looked like a high school project. The logo was this generic house icon with some swooshy green elements that were supposed to represent sustainability. The business overview was full of meaningless buzzwords about synergistic solutions and paradigm-shifting approaches, but contained zero actual information about operations, pricing, or target markets. But my parents were already writing checks. "We've opened a business account for Blake," my dad announced at the next family dinner. "The first $150,000 is already deposited to get things started." I was stunned. "Dad, have you seen actual financial projections? Like real numbers showing how this business will make money?" My mom jumped in with, "Ryan, not everyone needs to analyze everything to death like you do. Sometimes you have to trust someone's entrepreneurial instincts." Entrepreneurial instincts, right? Meanwhile, I had been working overtime and saving every penny to fund my own business. I had $35,000 saved up and was still $20,000 short of what I needed to buy equipment and cover initial expenses. I could have launched my contracting business and been profitable within months, but I was doing it the independent way while Blake got handed everything. The situation got even more ridiculous when Emma started posting on social media about being an entrepreneur's girlfriend and how excited she was to be disrupting the home improvement industry. She created an Instagram account documenting their business journey, with staged photos of Blake pretending to review blueprints at coffee shops. Emma's Instagram posts were absolutely cringeworthy. She'd post photos of Blake sitting at Starbucks with his laptop open, captioned with things like, "My CEO grinding away on revolutionary business strategies." The blueprints in these photos were actually just printouts of generic house plans Blake had downloaded from free websites. She also started a business blog where she wrote weekly posts about the entrepreneur lifestyle and gave advice about supporting your partner's business vision. Emma had zero experience in business or construction, but she was positioning herself as some kind of expert advisor. The most ridiculous part was when Emma started selling business mindset coaching sessions through her Instagram, charging $150 for 1-hour phone calls, where she'd supposedly help women unlock their partner's potential. The fact that people actually paid for this showed how good Emma was at selling fantasy. Meanwhile, Blake was eating up all this attention and validation. He genuinely believed that Emma's social media hype was evidence of his business success. He'd show our parents Emma's posts as proof that he was building something significant, and they'd nod approvingly at the professional marketing approach and brand building strategies. It was embarrassing to watch, but my parents thought it showed great business mindset and brand building. 4 months after the initial funding, Blake's business was already falling apart, but you'd never know it from listening to him at family dinners. "How's the client acquisition going?" I'd ask, already knowing the answer. "Really well," Blake would say confidently. "We're in final negotiations with several high-value prospects." Complete nonsense. I knew he hadn't landed a single client because he'd asked me to look at some project estimates he was putting together. The estimates were wildly unrealistic, either way too high or way too low, and showed he had no understanding of actual construction costs. Emma was pushing Blake to spend more money on business development and market positioning. They'd blown through $80,000 on completely unnecessary expenses, like a fancy office space in an upscale area, new vehicles with custom wrapping, expensive marketing materials, and networking events that were basically just expensive dinners. My parents remained completely oblivious because Blake was feeding them updates about promising meetings and potential partnerships. Anytime I asked specific questions, Blake would deflect or Emma would claim the details were confidential for competitive reasons. Meanwhile, my own plan was moving forward slowly but steadily. I had finally saved enough to buy a work truck and basic equipment. I was taking on small projects during weekends and evenings, building a client base and reputation. I had 3 customers lined up for major projects once I could go full-time. But every time I mentioned my progress to my parents, they'd brush it off with comments like, "That's nice, Ryan," before immediately asking Blake about his latest business developments. The cognitive dissonance was incredible. Things reached a breaking point during Christmas dinner. Blake and Emma showed up wearing expensive new clothes and talking about how exciting everything was and how they were about to land some major contracts. Blake was wearing a $400 designer sweater and new Italian leather shoes that probably cost $300. Emma had on a dress that I recognized from a high-end boutique where nothing cost less than $200. They were both carrying the latest iPhones and Apple Watches, and Emma was sporting a new designer handbag that I'd seen in a magazine for $800. All of this purchased with our parents' startup funding, of course. The conversation at dinner was nauseating. Blake kept dropping hints about big meetings and exciting developments without providing any specific details. Emma would chime in with comments about how proud she was of Blake's vision and leadership, and how they were building something that would change everything. "Who are these potential clients?" I asked. Blake got that panicked look again. "Well, we're working with several property developers." "Which developers?" "I can't really say because of confidentiality agreements." This was obviously nonsense. Blake didn't have any confidentiality agreements because he didn't have any real clients. He was making vague references to developers because it sounded impressive, but he couldn't name anyone specific because the meetings didn't actually exist. Emma jumped in. "Ryan, why are you being so negative? Can't you just support your brother's success?" The word success, coming from Emma, was particularly galling. She was defining success as spending other people's money on fancy offices and designer clothes, rather than actually completing projects or generating revenue. In Emma's world, looking successful was the same as being successful, and Blake was buying into this delusion completely. Success? What success? You've burned through $200,000 and haven't completed a single project. That's when my mom dropped another bomb. Actually, Blake needs additional funding to really scale the business. We've agreed to provide another $200,000 to expand operations. The casual way she announced this, like it was a small favor rather than a massive financial commitment, showed how completely disconnected my parents were from reality. They were talking about $200,000 like it was lunch money, even though this amount represented years of savings and a significant portion of their retirement security. I put down my fork. "You're giving him another $200,000? It's an investment in his future," my dad said defensively. "He's building something that could be worth millions." "Based on what evidence? Has he shown you any completed projects? Any satisfied customers? Any revenue at all?" Silence around the table. "Have you seen proof that he spent the first $200,000 on actual business expenses?" More silence. My dad's face was getting red. "Ryan, Blake doesn't need to justify every business decision to you. We believe in his vision." That's when I lost my temper. His vision? The guy who's never successfully completed anything in his life? The guy who got fired from 4 jobs? The guy who needed tutoring to pass basic business classes? That vision? Emma started fake crying about how I was being cruel and unsupportive. Blake was accusing me of being jealous and unable to handle his success. I stood up from the table. "You want to know what's really messed up about this situation? 18 months ago, I came to you with a detailed business plan, realistic financial projections, actual clients ready to sign contracts, and 6 years of industry experience. You told me to figure it out myself because I was independent. Now Blake shows up with a fancy logo and some vague ideas about targeting rich people, and you're ready to give him $400,000. That's different," my mom said weakly. "How is it different? Blake needs more guidance and support." "No, Blake needs accountability. But you've never required that from him, so now he thinks he can just coast through life while other people pay for his mistakes." I grabbed my coat and headed for the door. "Don't call me when this whole thing collapses. Because it will." I didn't speak to my family for 3 months after that Christmas dinner, but I didn't need to talk to them to know how things were going with Blake's business. My buddy who works in commercial construction texted me in March. "Hey, isn't your brother the guy trying to start that high-end renovation company? Word around town is he's burned through a ton of money and never finished a single project." Around the same time, my own business was taking off. I had officially launched Ryan's General Contracting and was booked solid for the next 4 months. I was pulling in $25,000 per month and growing steadily. I had moved into a nice apartment and bought a reliable work truck with my own money. The best part? I hadn't told my family any of this. As far as they knew, I was still working for someone else and struggling to get my business off the ground. In April, Blake finally called me. Hey Ryan, can we talk? His voice sounded completely defeated. What's up? Listen, I know we haven't talked since Christmas, but Emma and I broke up. Of course they did. I'm sure that had nothing to do with the money running out. Sorry to hear that, I lied. And the business? Well, we're restructuring. Restructuring. That's business speak for we failed but don't want to admit it. What happened? It turns out the luxury renovation market is more complicated than we initially thought. There were licensing issues we didn't anticipate, and the startup costs were higher than projected. Translation? We blew through $400,000 and never completed a single paying project. So what's your plan now? Well, that's why I'm calling. I was hoping we could meet up and talk. I have some ideas about maybe working together on your construction stuff. I almost laughed. Now he wanted to work with me? After spending 2 years acting like my business plans were some small-time hobby? I'll think about it, I said, and hung up. 2 weeks later, my dad called. This was unusual because my dad never called unless someone was in the hospital or he needed something urgent. Ryan, we need to have a serious conversation. About what? It's about Blake and about our financial situation. There it was. What about your finances? Son, your mother and I made some serious mistakes. We gave Blake too much money too quickly, and he wasn't prepared to handle that kind of responsibility. This was the closest thing to admitting fault I'd ever heard from my father. How bad is it? Long pause. Ryan, how bad is it? All of it. The entire $400,000 is gone, plus another $75,000 we borrowed against the house, when Blake said he just needed a little more to turn things around. $475,000. Gone. No completed projects, no revenue, no assets to show for it. Just gone. Ryan, we need your help. And there it was. The real reason for the call. What kind of help? We're in serious financial trouble. Your mother's job doesn't pay enough to cover our mortgage payments. And I had to take a loan against my business inventory to fund Blake's startup. If we can't make these payments, we could lose everything. I let that sink in. My parents had borrowed against their house and dad's business, the business that supported their entire lifestyle, to fund Blake's fantasy renovation company. How much do you owe total? Around $350,000 in various loans and credit lines. If we can't get help, we'll lose the house, and I might have to sell the business. Everything. The house I grew up in, Dad's business that he'd spent 20 years building, their retirement security, all of it gambled away on Blake's ridiculous business idea. Ryan, I know we haven't always treated you fairly. I know we favored Blake, and I know we should have supported your business when you asked. But you're our son, and we heard you're doing well now, and we desperately need help. How did he know I was doing well? I hadn't told them anything about my success. I've been asking around about your contracting business, he continued. People in the industry say you're making good money and getting great reviews, that you're booked solid for months. So now that Blake had failed spectacularly and I was successful, suddenly they were interested in what I was doing. Dad, let me ask you, making tons of money right now? Would you be calling me for help? Silence. Or would you be calling Blake? More silence. Ryan, please. We're family. Family. Where was that family loyalty when I was working overtime to save money for my business while they handed Blake everything he wanted? I'll think about it, I said, and hung up. But I had already made my decision. I didn't call them back for 3 weeks. During that time, my business hit a major milestone. I had signed contracts worth $200,000 over the next 6 months and hired 2 full-time employees. I was officially more successful than Blake had ever dreamed of being. I also did some research into their financial situation. Through some industry contacts and public records, I found out exactly how desperate things were. They had mortgaged their house to the maximum. Dad's business was leveraged to the breaking point, and they were about 2 months away from defaulting on multiple loans. Finally, I arranged to meet them at a restaurant to discuss their proposal. I chose an upscale place that I knew they couldn't really afford anymore, but would feel obligated to suggest splitting the bill. The restaurant was one of those trendy steakhouses where appetizers start at $20 and entrees are $40 to $50. I picked it deliberately because I wanted them to feel the financial pressure of their situation while we discussed their request for help. It was petty, but after years of being treated like the responsible one who didn't deserve support, I was ready to be a little petty. When they walked in, I could see the stress on their faces. Dad looked like he'd aged 5 years in the past few months. His hair had more gray than I remembered, and he had that defeated posture that comes from carrying too much financial pressure. Mom was wearing an old dress I remembered from years ago, instead of the designer clothes she usually preferred. The designer handbags and expensive jewelry she used to flaunt were nowhere to be seen. Blake wasn't even with them. Apparently, he was too embarrassed to face me. According to my parents, he was exploring other opportunities and didn't want to complicate the family discussion. Translation: he was hiding in their basement, probably playing video games and letting our parents clean up his mess while he avoided responsibility. Thanks for meeting with us, my mom said as they sat down. Of course, family is important, I said, letting that word hang in the air. We ordered food and made small talk for a few minutes before Dad finally got to the point. I could see how uncomfortable he was having to ask his son for money. This was a man who had built a successful business from nothing, who had always been the provider and decision maker in our family, now reduced to begging for financial help from the kid he'd consistently dismissed and overlooked. Ryan, we know we messed up badly. We know we treated you unfairly for years, and we know we made terrible decisions with Blake's business. This was the first time I'd ever heard my father admit to making mistakes with Blake. For 29 years, every decision involving Blake had been justified as supporting his potential or investing in his future. Hearing Dad finally acknowledge that these decisions were actually mistakes was incredibly satisfying. Go on. We're desperate. If we can't get help in the next month, we'll lose the house. I'll have to sell the business for whatever I can get, which won't be much given the debt load. I nodded sympathetically. That sounds really stressful. We were hoping you might be able to help us financially. Even a loan would make a huge difference. There it was. The ask. How much were you thinking? My dad looked relieved that I was even considering it. If you could loan us $100,000, that would give us breathing room to restructure the other debts and save the house. $100,000. Less than a quarter of what they'd given Blake, but still a massive amount. That's a lot of money, I said. We know, but your business is doing so well now. And we'd pay you back with interest, of course. I took a bite of my steak and thought about it theatrically. You know, I've been thinking a lot about family dynamics lately, about how different children get treated differently based on their parents' perceptions. They looked confused by the direction of the conversation. For example, some kids are seen as naturally gifted and deserving of investment and support. Other kids are seen as self-sufficient and expected to figure things out on their own. Understanding started dawning on their faces. The thing is, when you treat kids differently like that, you teach them different lessons. The kid who gets everything handed to him learns that success should come easily and that other people will always bail him out. The kid who has to earn everything learns to be self-reliant and resourceful. Ryan, my mom started. Let me finish. So here's the situation. You invested $475,000 in Blake's business based on nothing but his charm and Emma's encouragement. You never asked for a real business plan, you never required him to prove concept, and you never held him accountable for results. They were both staring at their plates now. Meanwhile, when I asked for $50,000 to start a legitimate business with real clients and realistic projections, you told me I was too independent and needed to figure it out myself. We made mistakes, my dad said quietly. Yes, you did. But here's the thing about mistakes. They have consequences, and sometimes those consequences are exactly what people need to learn from their poor choices. I signaled the waiter for the check. So here's my answer to your request for help. No. My mom's eyes filled with tears. Ryan, please. You told me to figure it out myself when I needed help, so now I'm telling you the same thing. Figure it out yourselves. But we're family, my dad said desperately. Family works both ways. You didn't treat me like family when I needed support. You treated me like the responsible one who didn't deserve help. I stood up from the table. But I'm not completely heartless. I'll make Blake an offer. He can come work for me doing basic labor. Starting pay is $18 an hour. He'll show up on time, follow instructions, and earn every dollar. If he proves he can handle that for 6 months, maybe we'll talk about more responsibility. My dad looked hopeful. That's very generous. Don't thank me yet. Blake will have to swallow his pride and work for his brother doing manual labor. Based on his track record, I doubt he'll last a week. I put money on the table to cover my meal. The job offer stands for 30 days. After that, you're on your own. As I walked away, I could hear my mom crying quietly at the table. 2 weeks later, Blake showed up at one of my job sites. He looked terrible, unshaven, wearing old clothes, and clearly having lost weight. Pride broken. Ryan, I need that job. What job? The labor position you offered. I need the work. I looked at him for a long moment. Why should I hire you? You've never finished anything you started. Because I don't have any other choice. Emma's gone, I'm living in mom and dad's basement, and I can't get hired anywhere else because word got around about the business failure. And you think you can handle taking orders from your twin brother? Blake's jaw tightened, but he nodded. I'll do whatever you need. I handed him a hard hat and work gloves. You start at the bottom. You'll be carrying materials, cleaning up job sites, and doing whatever the crew chiefs tell you. No special treatment because you're my brother. For 3 days, Blake actually showed up on time and worked hard. I was starting to think maybe he'd finally learned something. Then on Thursday morning, he didn't show up. When I called him, he said he'd found something better and wouldn't be wasting his potential on manual labor anymore. The something better turned out to be a multi-level marketing scheme selling overpriced supplements. Emma had come back into his life and convinced him this was his real opportunity to build wealth. She'd apparently been researching passive income opportunities while they were apart and had decided that network marketing was the future. Blake's new venture was with some company called Elite Wellness Solutions that sold protein powders and supplements at ridiculous markup prices. The business model was typical MLM garbage. Recruit other people to sell products and focus more on building your downline than actually selling to consumers. Emma was all over social media again, posting about financial freedom and entrepreneurial mindset. She changed her Instagram bio to digital marketing entrepreneur and started hosting Facebook Live sessions about breaking free from the 9-to-5 mindset. Blake spent $3,000 on an initial inventory package and another $2,000 on marketing materials. Within 3 months, he'd managed to recruit exactly 2 people into his downline, both college friends who bought starter packages out of pity. Blake's own sales totaled less than $500, mostly to family members who felt obligated to support him. 6 months later, that venture had also failed, and Blake was back to being unemployed and living with our parents. The supplement inventory was still sitting in their garage, slowly approaching expiration dates. Blake owed Elite Wellness Solutions money for additional products he'd ordered on credit, and Emma had once again disappeared from his life when the money ran out. Meanwhile, my business continued growing at a pace that surprised even me. I now have 8 employees, a workshop facility, and contracts booked out for the next year. I bought a house in a nice neighborhood and drive a truck that I own outright. My annual revenue hit $800,000 last year, and I'm on track for over $1.2 million this year. The success wasn't just financial. It was professional and personal satisfaction that I'd never experienced before. My clients respected my work, my employees looked up to me as a leader, and other contractors in the area knew me as someone who delivered quality projects on time and on budget. I was building something real and lasting, something that provided value to customers and created jobs for good people. My parents? They lost the house and had to move into a small rental apartment in a less desirable part of town. The house they'd lived in for 25 years, where Blake and I grew up, got foreclosed on after they defaulted on the mortgage payments. Dad's business got bought by a competitor for cents on the dollar after he defaulted on his loans. Mom's working extra hours at the credit union just to make ends meet, and she's talked about having to postpone retirement indefinitely. Blake is 30 years old and still living with them in their cramped 2-bedroom apartment, still looking for his big break. He sleeps on a pull-out couch in the living room because they can't afford a place with a 3rd bedroom. He's applied for dozens of jobs, but can't get hired anywhere because word has gotten around about his business failures and work history. The few interviews he's gotten have ended poorly because Blake still carries himself like someone who's too good for entry-level positions. The beautiful irony is that being treated as the independent one actually made me independent. While Blake learned to expect handouts and bailouts, I learned to rely on myself and build something real. Last month, Blake called me one more time asking for help. He'd heard I was doing well and wondered if I might consider investing in his latest business idea. I told him I was too busy with actual paying customers to discuss imaginary ventures. My golden brother drained the family company, and my parents still demanded I gift him half of mine after years of laughing at my pathetic business. I just smiled and said, I don't hire thieves. Hey Reddit, so here's what nobody tells you about growing up as the disappointment in a wealthy family. You get real comfortable with being invisible, not poor invisible, rich invisible. You show up to holidays, smile when you're supposed to, and accept that your parents will never look at you the way they look at your golden child sibling. I, 29 male, spent the last 6 years building custom furniture in a workshop in Red Bank, New Jersey. High-end stuff. Tables that cost what some people pay for cars. Chairs that took 3 months to build. Work where every joint mattered and every finish had to be perfect. The kind of craftsmanship that required patience, precision, and actual skill. Last month, I delivered a conference table to a hedge fund in Greenwich. Guy paid $28,000 without blinking. His wife cried when she saw it. Actual tears. Meanwhile, my family still thought I was playing arts and crafts. My parents hated it. Every Thanksgiving for 5 years, Dad asked when I'd get serious. Every birthday, Mom sent job listings for property management firms. They ran a commercial real estate firm in Bergen County that had been in the family for 30 years. My older brother Blaine worked there as VP of acquisitions. My younger sister Delaney handled investor relations. Blaine was the golden child, literally. Mom had a framed photo of him shaking hands with the governor in the living room. My photo was in the hallway bathroom. I was the guy who worked with his hands like some kind of peasant. 5 days before Christmas, I drove up to the family estate in Saddle River. Big colonial, circular driveway. I wanted to come early this year, help set up, maybe finally prove I belonged at the table instead of being tolerated at it. Stupid, right? Still believing family mattered after everything. Our housekeeper of 18 years opened the door. She was the only person in that house who ever seemed happy to see me. Mr. Callahan, good to see you. Hey, they upstairs? She hesitated, glanced behind her, then quietly, yeah. Inside, Mom and Delaney had spreadsheets covering the coffee table like they were coordinating a hostile takeover. Hey, I'm here. Mom barely glanced up. Leave your coat in the hall. Don't touch the decorations. The staging company is coming back tomorrow. Delaney looked up briefly. Oh, good. You showed up early. Remember when he used to help set up? Move the furniture wrong every single time? Scratched Mom's antique credenza. Dismissive. Condescending. Like I was a child who couldn't be trusted with basic tasks. I headed upstairs to use the bathroom, and that's when things got weird. My old room, the one I'd stayed in since I was 7, had someone else's luggage by the door. Turned out it was for one of Mom's investor friends staying over. I walked in, and every personal item I'd left there was gone. Photos, books, tools, all of it shoved into plastic storage bins, stacked in the corner like garbage waiting for pickup. Mom? I called out. No answer. I walked toward Dad's office to ask about my room. The door was half open. Then I heard my name and froze. Slides after dessert. Dad's voice, calm and businesslike. Keep it short. No arguing. I pressed against the wall, barely breathing. Blaine's voice. Put the salary chart on the screen right after Dad finishes the intro. He can't say no in front of everyone. Fragments. That's all I got. But fragments were enough. Mom. Once he's in, we fold his shop into ours. Control the client list. I stepped back, heart pounding, walked to the printer room at the end of the hall, and there it was. A stack of handouts in the tray. Still warm. Callahan. Career trajectory. I picked one up, flipped through it. Charts comparing furniture maker salaries to corporate positions. My name in bullet points. Intervention strategy in the header. They'd even made a slide called objection handling. They'd even assigned tasks. Mom was supposed to comfort me after I came to my senses. Delaney would handle social media optics. Like I was a PR problem to manage. 45,000. That's what they thought I made. I'd cleared 140K last year, but they'd never asked, never checked, just assumed. I took a photo, then another. Evidence. I walked straight out of that house without saying a word. Got in my truck and drove. Not crying, not panicking, planning. The security gate closed behind me in the rearview mirror. 18 years of trying to prove myself to people who'd already decided I wasn't worth their time. Done. By the time I pulled into a rest stop on the Garden State Parkway, I'd already made 3 decisions. First, I was going to that dinner. Second, I was going to let them spring their trap. Third, I was going to detonate it in their faces in front of everyone. They want a show? I'll give them a show. I called Connor, my best friend since college, who'd helped me set up my workshop. He picked up immediately. Yo, what's up? I just found my entire family's plan to humiliate me at Christmas dinner. PowerPoint presentation, printed handouts, the whole thing. Long silence. Are you joking? I have photos. Where are you? Parkway rest stop. Heading back to Red Bank. What are you gonna do? Show up. Let them think they've got me cornered. Then blow the whole thing up in front of everyone. I need ammunition, though. Real numbers. Proof that everything they think about me is wrong. Connor was quiet for a second. Come to my place. We'll build your counterattack. Connor lived in Asbury Park in a converted warehouse loft that he'd renovated himself. When I got there, he already had coffee brewing and his laptop open. Talk, he said, handing me a mug. Those complete jerks, he finally said. All right, you're going to that dinner, but you're going prepared. That's the plan. Good. What do you need? Financial statements? Tax returns? Client list? Anything that proves I'm not the failure they think I am? They want to ambush me with fake numbers? I'll bury them with real ones. Connor nodded slowly, We can put together a packet tonight. Print everything. You walk in there with receipts. Literally. We spent the next 3 hours assembling everything. Tax returns showing 140,000 income. Bank statements showing consistent deposits. Client testimonials I'd saved over the years. Photos of completed pieces in clients' homes. A portfolio that proved I wasn't playing at business. I was running one. Successfully. Without their help or their money or their approval. Connor pulled up their company's public filings. Dude, their accounts receivable is a disaster. They've been bleeding clients for 2 years. He whistled. Your brother didn't just steal from them. He torpedoed the whole operation while he was doing it. Connor even helped me rehearse. What to say when they started their presentation. How to time the reveal for maximum impact. Where to stand so everyone could see me when I pulled out my packet. This is solid, Connor said, reviewing the final packet. They show their fake numbers, you show your real ones. In front of everyone. Checkmate. Perfect, I said. After we finished, I made the call I'd been putting off. The one that could change everything. Hello? Grandma, it's Callahan. Callahan, this is a surprise. Her voice was warm but cautious. Everything all right? Not exactly. I need to tell you something, and I need you to hear me out. I told her everything. The presentation, the fake salary numbers, the plan to force me into the company. When I finished, she was quiet for a long moment. Your father called me yesterday asking for a substantial loan, she finally said. When I pressed him on why, he got evasive. Now I understand. Her voice turned sharp. Blaine's been stealing from them, hasn't he? That's what this is really about. My stomach dropped. How did you know? I've suspected for months. The numbers never added up when Vincent discussed the business. She paused. So their solution is to ambush you and steal your business to cover their losses. Appalling. I'm going to the dinner, Grandma. I'm going to let them try their little intervention, and then I'm going to expose everything in front of the whole family. Another pause. Then, good. And I'll be there to back you up. You will? Absolutely. It's time someone held them accountable. Her voice was iron. Don't answer any calls from them before dinner. Let them think everything's normal. And Callahan, don't hold back. I won't. We hung up. I had my ammunition. I had my ally. Now I just needed to wait. Christmas Eve. I spent in my workshop, finishing a commission and trying to stay calm. My phone buzzed constantly. Mom calling. Dad calling. I ignored all of it. Let them wonder. Let them sweat. That evening, I drove back up to Saddle River, parked in the circular driveway, walked in like nothing was wrong. The house was packed. Aunts, uncles, cousins, family friends, everyone dressed up. The annual Callahan Christmas dinner in full swing. Mom spotted me first. Relief flooded her face. Callahan, you came. We were worried when you didn't answer your phone. Got busy with work. You know how it is. She didn't know. She'd never asked. Dinner was the usual performance. Expensive food, fake laughter. Dad holding court at the head of the table. Blaine making sure everyone knew about his latest deal. Delaney name-dropping investors. And me, sitting quietly, waiting. After dessert, Dad stood up and clinked his glass. If I could have everyone's attention, Attention. Before we move to the living room, I'd like to share something special, a presentation about our family's future. Here we go. Everyone migrated to the living room, where a projector was already set up. I took a seat near the back. My grandmother caught my eye from across the room and gave me a small nod. Dad launched into his speech. The company's legacy, the importance of family unity, the need for everyone to contribute. Then Blaine stepped forward with the clicker. As many of you know, Callahan has been pursuing alternative career paths. He smiled at me, patronizing. We've put together some information to help him see the bigger picture. The first slide appeared. Callahan, career trajectory, charts showing furniture maker salaries, national averages. My name in bullet points. The number 45,000 in bold red letters. As you can see, Blaine continued, the ceiling for this kind of work is extremely limited. Meanwhile, our family firm offers real growth potential, benefits, stability. That's an interesting number, I said, standing up. Where'd you get it? Blaine blinked. Industry averages, standard research? Really? Because according to my tax returns, I made $140,000 last year. I pulled the packet from my jacket. Want to see? The room went silent. You could hear ice settling in glasses. I've got bank statements too. Client testimonials. Photos of pieces I've built that sold for more than some people's cars. I walked toward the front, making sure everyone could see me. But please, continue. Tell everyone more about my failing hobby. Dad stepped forward. Callahan, this isn't the time. Isn't it? You set up a whole presentation, printed handouts, even made a slide called Objection Handling. I held up my phone. I have photos of everything from the printer tray. Want me to share them with the room? Mom's face went white. Delaney's jaw dropped. Here's what's actually happening, I continued, turning to face the assembled family. Every aunt, uncle, cousin, and family friend staring at me with wide eyes. The company is broke. They're hemorrhaging money. And instead of admitting it, they plan to humiliate me into joining so they could use my business to bail themselves out. Gasps from the aunts, murmurs from the cousins. One of my uncles muttered Jesus Christ under his breath. That's not true, Delaney shouted. Really? I looked at her. So the company's doing fine? No cash flow problems? No investor concerns? Dad didn't call Grandma yesterday begging for a loan? Silence. Dead, devastating silence. My grandmother stood up. Every head in the room turned to her. It's worse than that. Her voice cut through the room like a blade. I've suspected for months that something was wrong with the company finances. Vincent called me yesterday asking for a substantial loan. When I pressed him, he admitted there have been irregularities. She looked directly at Blaine. 3 years of irregularities. Blaine's face went pale. His hand holding the clicker started shaking. Your golden child has been embezzling, she continued, her voice carrying to every corner of the room. And rather than deal with it honestly, they decided to drag Callahan into their mess. Use his clean reputation. Steal his client list. Fold his legitimate business into their failing one. In front of all of you, on Christmas Eve, the room erupted. Everyone talking at once. Accusations flying. One of my aunts stood up and started gathering her things. My cousin pulled out his phone, probably texting everyone who wasn't there. My uncle, the one who'd always sided with my parents on everything, stood up. Vincent, tell me right now, is this true about Blaine? Dad couldn't even look at him. My uncle grabbed his coat. 30 years I defended you to my wife. 30 years. He walked out. His wife followed. Then 2 more cousins. Dad tried to regain control. This is family business. We shouldn't be discussing. You made it family business when you planned to humiliate your son in front of everyone, my grandmother snapped. You should be ashamed. All of you. Blaine, Delaney, and especially you, Vincent. This boy built something real while you were busy coddling a thief. I looked at my parents, my brother, my sister, the people who had spent years making me feel worthless, the people who thought I'd just roll over and accept their scraps. I built something real, I said quietly, but everyone heard it. Without your help, without your approval, without your respect. And you thought you could just take it because you needed a bailout. Mom started crying. Dad's face was red with humiliation. Blaine looked like he wanted the floor to swallow him. I headed for the door. Callahan, wait! Mom reached for my arm. I pulled away. Don't. We're done here. I walked out into the cold December night, the sound of chaos still spilling from the house behind me. Got in my truck, drove. 2 hours later, I pulled into a cabin driveway in the Poconos. My phone buzzed constantly. Mom, Dad, Delaney, Blaine. I ignored all of it. Let them panic. Let them try to do damage control. The truth was out now, spreading through the family like wildfire. One text from my grandmother. Proud of you. They're still reeling. Half the guests left within 20 minutes. Your father tried to salvage the evening, but no one was having it. Call me tomorrow. One from the housekeeper. Mr. Callahan, I packed your belongings safely. They're in the garage when you're ready. Well done tonight. They needed to hear that. Christmas morning in the Poconos felt like waking up in a different life. My phone looked possessed. I scrolled through messages over coffee, each one more satisfying than the last. Dad, your mother is devastated. This stunt reflects poorly on your judgment. We need to discuss this as a family. Delaney, you've always been selfish, but this is next level. You humiliated us in front of everyone. Pathetic. Blaine, you really think you're something special now? All you did was embarrass the family? This isn't over, little brother. Not even close. That last one made me laugh. Still posturing, still thinking he had leverage. I deleted it without responding. My grandmother. Half the family called me last night. Most are disgusted with your parents. Several cousins want to commission furniture from you. Your aunt says she always knew Vincent was a fraud. Well done. I stayed in the Poconos through New Year's. Used the time to plan. I mapped out a growth strategy, sketched designs for new pieces, even drafted proposals for a gallery show in New York. For the first time in years, I could think about the future without the weight of my family's disapproval dragging me down. You're gonna need help, Connor said one afternoon while we worked at the cabin table. You can't handle the demand alone. Not after what happened at Christmas. Word's going to spread. People are going to want pieces from the guy who told off his whole family. I know. Been thinking about hiring someone. Maybe 2 people if the gallery thing works out. You scared? Terrified. But also ready. For the first time in my life, I feel ready. Back in Red Bank on January 2nd, my workshop felt different. Fresh eyes. 23 new inquiries waiting. A gallery in Tribeca wanted to discuss representation, and I had lunch scheduled with my grandmother on the 8th. The old Callahan would have been anxious about seeing family. The new Callahan? Actually looking forward to it. January 8th, steakhouse in Montclair, upscale, quiet. She was already seated when I arrived, sharp-eyed and direct as always. She stood to hug me. Callahan, you look well? Thanks, Grandma. We dispensed with small talk quickly. Then she set down her menu and looked at me directly. I owe you an apology, she said. For what? For not saying something sooner. I knew how they treated you. Saw it for years. Should have intervened instead of waiting. You weren't part of their plan. No, but I enabled it with my silence. She sipped her iced tea. That ends now. I've made it clear to your parents that their behavior was unacceptable. Informed the extended family that you run a legitimate, profitable business. How'd they take it? She smiled slightly. Your mother cried. Your father got defensive. I told them to be quiet and listen for once. I laughed. I'm updating my will, she continued. You'll receive 40% of my estate. Your siblings split the remaining 60%. Not compensation for their cruelty. You've simply proven yourself. Grandma, you don't need to. I'm not asking permission. I'm informing you. She looked at me with something like pride. You remind me of myself at your age. Everyone had opinions about what I should do. I ignored them and built my own accounting practice. Best decision I ever made. I didn't know that. Your family doesn't mention it. Doesn't fit their narrative. She paused. I'm also investing in your business. Not charity. Legitimate business decision. 15% equity in exchange for capital to expand. I stared at her. You're serious? Completely. I've reviewed your website. Called 3 of your buyers myself. Your numbers are excellent. Growth potential is substantial. You're a sound investment. She smiled. And I expect quarterly reports. I'm an involved investor. We talked details over lunch. Her investment would let me hire 2 people, upgrade equipment, lease a proper showroom space. One more thing, she said as we finished. Your mother will attempt contact. Apologies and manipulations. Whatever you decide, remember, you don't owe them forgiveness just because they're family. You owe yourself respect. I'll remember that. She squeezed my hand. Good man. The next 2 weeks exploded. I hired 2 guys, both skilled, both hungry, set up proper workflows, organized inventory, created systems for tracking commissions versus gallery pieces. Mid-January, my phone rang. Dad. I almost didn't answer, but I was curious. Hello? Callahan. It's your father. I know. Long pause. I'm calling because we need to discuss what happened at Christmas. What about it? You humiliated us in front of the entire family. You made accusations. I told the truth, I cut in. There's a difference. Callahan, I understand you're upset, but you need to look at this practically. We're dealing with investor concerns, cash flow issues. Dad, why did you really want me to join the family firm? Silence. I'm not stupid, I continued. You're not offering this out of concern. What's really going on with Blaine? More silence. Then, carefully. The company is going through an audit. There are some accounting irregularities we're investigating. Irregularities. That's what we're calling 3 years of embezzlement? We don't know that for certain. Grandma does. And now so does everyone else. I let that hang there. You plan to humiliate me into joining a company that's hemorrhaging money because your golden boy stole from you, and you're too proud to admit it. That is not what this is about. Yes, it is. And my answer is still no. Handle your own mess. I hung up. February brought momentum. The gallery in Tribeca scheduled an exhibition after our initial meeting went well. My two guys stepped up. 12-hour days. Every joint perfect. Every finish flawless. Then, reality hit. Manhattan client, 12K dining table, called to renegotiate after delivery. Finish isn't what I expected. 8,000 seems fair. I have the signed spec sheet. Take 8 or I'll dispute the charge. Hung up, called a lawyer. Certified letter threatening a breach of contract lawsuit. Client paid in full within a week, plus written apology. Running a business meant fighting for what you'd earned. 2 weeks before the solo show, things got ugly. Blaine showed up at my workshop unannounced. Just walked right in like he owned the place. I was finishing a walnut credenza when I heard the door. Looked up, and there he was. Same smug face, same expensive suit, same golden child energy radiating off him like a disease. Nice setup, he said, looking around. Quaint. Get out. Relax. I'm here to talk business. He picked up one of my chisels, examining it like he knew what he was looking at. He didn't. The auditors finished their preliminary report. Dad's in full panic mode. Mom's on Xanax. Delaney won't stop crying. Still not my problem. He walked past my workbench, running his finger along the edge of a piece I'd been working on for 6 weeks. 800 hours of work. Careful, I said. That's worth more than your car. His jaw tightened. First real reaction I'd gotten out of him. Here's the thing, little brother. He set the chisel down, met my eyes. It doesn't have to be ugly. Family takes care of family. You bring me in as a partner, 50-50, and we call it even. I handle operations, you do your little woodworking thing. I actually laughed. You're serious. Dead serious. I've got business experience you don't have. Connections. I can take this operation to the next level. You stole millions from the family company, and you want me to hand you half my business? His face hardened. I didn't steal anything. There were cash flow issues, creative accounting. Things got complicated. The auditors have a different opinion. The auditors don't know the whole story. He stepped closer. I'm offering you a lifeline here. Take it. Get out of my workshop. Think carefully, Callahan. You make me an enemy, things get difficult. I know people, investors, clients. I can make phone calls that would bury this little hobby of yours in a week. Are you threatening me? I'm giving you options. He smiled. That same patronizing smile from Christmas. 50-50. Final offer. I don't hire thieves, and I definitely don't make them partners. His smile disappeared. You'll regret this. Get out, now. He left, but something told me this wasn't over. 3 days later, it started. A client called to cancel a commission. Said he'd heard concerning things about my business practices. Then another cancellation. Then a bad review appeared online. Someone I'd never worked with claiming I'd delivered damaged goods. The fake reviews got creative. One claimed I'd shown up to a delivery drunk. Another said I'd made a pass at some guy's wife. All from accounts created within 48 hours of Blaine's visit. All with zero history, zero other reviews, zero credibility to anyone paying attention. But they showed up on Google. That's what mattered to him. I called Connor. Blaine's going scorched earth, I said. Cancellations, fake reviews. He's trying to destroy my reputation. Document everything. Screenshots, timestamps, the works. Already on it. Then the call started. Middle of the night. Block numbers. Heavy breathing, then disconnect. 3, 4 times a night. I started sleeping with my phone on silent. A week later, I came to my workshop and found the lock tampered with. Nothing taken but tools moved around. A message. I'm watching. That's when I called the police. Officer sat across from me taking notes. And you believe your brother is responsible? I know he is. He threatened me 2 weeks ago. Demanded I give him half my business. When I refused, this started. Do you have proof? I showed him everything. The text messages. The fake review from an account created the day after our confrontation. The phone records. The security footage from across the street showing a figure matching Blaine's build near my shop at 2 a.m. We can file a report, he said. But without direct evidence linking him to the break-in attempt, what about harassment? The calls? The business interference? He looked at me seriously. You might want to consider a restraining order, given the pattern. I filed the next day. Temporary restraining order against Blaine Callahan. Had to go to court, present evidence, explain why I feared for my safety and livelihood. The judge reviewed everything. The threatening visit, the systematic harassment, the attempted break-in. Granted, she said, Mr. Blaine Callahan is to maintain a distance of 500 feet from the petitioner and his place of business. No contact of any kind. When Blaine got served, he lost it. Called me from a burner phone, screaming about betrayal, about how I destroyed the family, about how he'd make me pay. I recorded the whole thing, filed a violation report the same day. The burner phone call lasted 4 minutes. He called me every name in the book, threatened to burn down my workshop, said he had friends who could make problems disappear. I let him run his mouth. Every word recorded, every threat documented. He was so busy being angry, he forgot I'd been the quiet one my whole life. The quiet one who listened. The quiet one who remembered everything. Second court appearance. Judge wasn't happy. Mr. Callahan, she said, looking at Blaine, you were explicitly ordered to have no contact with your brother. You violated that order within 24 hours. Your Honor, this is a family matter. It's a legal matter now. You're facing contempt charges. I'm extending the restraining order to 2 years and adding criminal penalties for any further violation. Blaine's lawyer tried to argue. The judge shut him down. Blaine's lawyer looked like he wanted to disappear, probably wondering how he'd explain this to his other clients. Walking out of that courthouse, I felt something I hadn't expected. Not triumph, not satisfaction, just clarity. I'd drawn a line, defended it, and won. The solo show at Forge and Grain was everything I'd worked for. High-end space in a converted warehouse, professional lighting that made each piece glow. My collection occupied the entire main room, each piece spotlit perfectly against exposed brick walls. 6 years of work, 6 years of being told I was wasting my life, all of it validated in one room. I arrived early to set up. My 2 employees were already there, arranging pieces, checking sightlines, making sure everything was flawless. We'd been working toward this for months. You ready? One asked. As I'll ever be. Guests started arriving at 7. Gallery owners from Manhattan, collectors who'd flown in from as far as San Francisco, design bloggers with cameras, interior designers scouting for talent. The room filled fast, the energy electric with possibility. I worked it naturally, talking about process, explaining techniques, connecting with buyers who understood what real craftsmanship meant. A collector from San Francisco bought 3 pieces on the spot, paid asking price without negotiating. I've been looking for someone who still does real joinery, he said. Everyone else is just gluing IKEA parts together and calling it bespoke. We shook hands. That one sale covered my operating costs for 3 months. At 7:30, my grandmother walked in. Alone. She caught my eye and smiled. I walked over. Where's the rest of the family? I asked. Your father and mother decided not to attend, too embarrassed after Blaine's court appearance. Delaney stayed with them. She looked around at the crowd. Blaine is prohibited from being within 500 feet of you anyway, thanks to that restraining order. I heard he tried to show up and had to be turned away. I hadn't known that. Security must have handled it before I noticed. The show looks spectacular, my grandmother said. I'm very proud of you. Thanks for coming. And thanks for backing me up at Christmas. I wouldn't have missed either. She squeezed my hand. Your work speaks for itself. You don't need their approval. You never did. The show ran until 11. By the time we closed, I had orders totaling 67,000, not including the gallery's commission. 3 interior designers wanted to carry my work exclusively in their showrooms. 2 private clients wanted custom home offices designed from the ground up. April bled into May. Blaine's case went public. Criminal charges filed, not just the restraining order violations, but the embezzlement too. Turned out the auditors had found everything. 3 years of falsified records, shell companies, funneled contracts. The whole operation laid bare in court filings that became public record. I watched it unfold from a distance, the family firm hemorrhaging clients faster than they could count, civil lawsuits from investors piling up, the perfect family image destroyed, and everyone knew exactly why. My cousin sent me the news article. Bergen County real estate exec charged with embezzlement. Blaine's mugshot. Dad's company named. $3 million in diverted funds. The golden child had been stealing for years, and they'd tried to use me to cover it up. Summer brought more commissions than I could handle. We hired 4 more people and started turning down projects. The brownstone job in Brooklyn led to referrals. The referrals led to magazine features. The features led to more referrals. Success compounding on success. Built on skill, not manipulation. Late June, Mom called. First time in 6 months. First time since I'd exposed them in front of everyone at Christmas dinner. I'd wondered how long it would take before desperation outweighed pride. I let it ring twice before answering. Hello? Callahan, it's Mom. Her voice was different, smaller, fragile in a way I'd never heard before. The woman who'd spent years dismissing everything I'd built now sounded like she was barely holding it together. Can we talk? About what? Everything. What happened at Christmas. What your father and I did. What we didn't do. The years we wasted treating you like you were less than. She paused, and I could hear her trying not to cry. I'm calling to ask for help. Help with what? The company? The lawsuits? Blaine's legal fees? Everything's falling apart. Her voice cracked. We made mistakes, Callahan. Terrible mistakes, but we're still family. That has to count for something. You plan to humiliate me and steal my business? In front of everyone we know? That's not a mistake. That's a strategy. We were desperate. We were scared. We didn't know what else to do. So after years of calling it a hobby, a phase, a sandbox, now suddenly it's valuable enough to steal? Silence. Callahan, please. I know we don't deserve it, but we need you. Your father is barely functioning. Delaney is overwhelmed. Blaine is facing prison. She paused. We've discussed it as a family. You bring Blaine in as a partner after his legal issues resolve. 50-50. He needs something to come back to. He can handle operations while you do your woodworking. I almost laughed. The audacity was almost impressive. Even after everything, the harassment, the threats, the restraining order, the criminal charges, they still wanted me to save him. Let me understand this. You want me to give half my company to the brother who threatened me, the brother who harassed my clients, the brother who tried to break into my workshop, the brother I had to get a restraining order against, the golden child who destroyed everything. He's still your brother. He needs a fresh start. And frankly, you owe this family something. I owe you nothing. And I have a 2-year restraining order that says he can't come within 500 feet of me or my business. So even if I wanted to, which I don't, it would literally be illegal. We can work around that. Get it modified. No. Callahan? I smiled. Actually smiled. Not angry. Not bitter. Just done. I don't hire thieves. And I definitely don't make them partners. The silence stretched. When she spoke again, her voice was hollow. I don't know what else to say. There's nothing to say. You made your choices. Now you live with them. I'm not your bailout. I'm not Blaine's safety net. I'm the son you discarded, and I built something real without you. Can we at least meet? Talk in person? No, we're done here. I hung up. 2 hours later, Delaney texted, You're tearing this family apart. I hope you're happy. I screenshot it, added it to my collection, then went back to work on a commission for a restaurant in the Hamptons. 22 grand, cash on delivery. Yeah, I was pretty happy. Dad called, asked if we could meet. His voice sounded different, defeated, broken in a way I'd never heard before. The man who'd always been in control, always had an angle, always knew how to work a room. That man was gone. I agreed. A quiet diner in Montclair. Neutral territory. The kind of place where nobody would recognize us. No family reputation to maintain. No image to protect. Just two people who needed to have a conversation that was years overdue. He walked in looking like he'd aged 10 years. Suit wrinkled. Tie crooked. The man who'd always been immaculately put together, who'd lectured me about presentation and professionalism, now looked like he'd been sleeping in his car. He sat down heavily, like the weight of everything that had happened was physically crushing him. Thank you for meeting me, he said. You wanted to talk. He nodded. Ordered coffee. Took a long breath. Blaine took a plea deal last week. 18 months federal minimum security. The family firm filed for bankruptcy. We're liquidating assets. Selling the estate. Everything's gone. He looked at me. I built that company for 30 years. Sacrificed everything for it. Sacrificed my relationship with you, and it's gone. Blaine destroyed all of it, and I let him. I didn't say anything, just waited. You were right, he continued, about all of it. I was wrong to try to control you. Wrong to mock what you built. Wrong to plan that Christmas ambush. Wrong to protect Blaine when he came after you. I was wrong about everything. Why are you telling me this now? Because I need you to know that you were right to leave. You built something real, something sustainable, something that matters. He met my eyes. I'm proud of you, Callahan. I should have said that years ago. I'm saying it now. I watched him grovel. Felt nothing at all. I don't need you to save me, he continued. I don't need you to join anything or fix anything. I just need you to know that I was wrong and you were right. And I'm sorry I couldn't see it sooner. We sat there in silence. Good to know, I said. Doesn't change anything. We're still done. I understand. Keep your apology. I don't need it. I moved on a long time ago. He nodded. I figured you'd say that. He stood to leave, turned back. You know what the worst part is? He asked. What? I had 2 sons, one who had the courage to build something real, and one who didn't. I destroyed my relationship with the first trying to control him. The second destroyed everything trying to please me, and then blamed everyone else when it fell apart. He shook his head. I picked the wrong horse, and I lost everything because of it. He walked out. Not vindication, not satisfaction, not even triumph, though I'd earned that. Peace. I didn't need their approval anymore. I'd already won. If you enjoyed this video, please hit that subscribe button. It really helps the channel, and help us bring you more and better stories. Thanks. My parents sued me because I refused to hand over my new truck to my brother. They lost the case, got hit with my legal fees, and when my cameras caught my brother slashing my tires in revenge, I let the police teach him what deserve really means. Hey, Reddit. My parents spent my whole life treating my brother like royalty and me like free labor. So I said screw it, built my own life, and finally got something that was mine. Turns out they weren't ready to let that go. Before everything exploded, here's how it all started. My name is Tyler Hayes, early 30s, heavy equipment mechanic and crane tech. I spend most of my life out on job sites in the middle of nowhere, running machines that weigh more than houses, and doing shifts long enough to forget what day it is. My family's back in Tulsa, Mark and Lisa Hayes, and my younger brother Blake, the permanent favorite. The dynamic is simple. I work, Blake receives. They never said it out loud, but it never needed saying. After years of living out of suitcases, eating whatever I could heat on a steel counter, and stacking almost every check I earned, I finally did something for myself. I bought the truck I'd been planning for longer than I ever planned anything in my personal life. A 2022 Chevy Silverado RST, dark blue, clean lines, everything exactly how I wanted it. Not a single inch of it came from anyone but me. I walked into the dealership, signed the papers, and drove it out feeling like I'd finally crossed a line I'd been chasing since I was 18. I still kept my old beater sedan, mostly for work weeks and days when I did not want anything touching the Silverado. It rattled, smelled like dust, and spilled coffee, and the radio worked only when it felt motivated, but it always started. The truck was for me. The beater was for everything else. When I finally got a stretch of days off, I pointed the Silverado toward Tulsa. I rent a small duplex on the south side of Tulsa, close enough to swing by my parents' place, far enough to breathe. I pulled into my parents' driveway late afternoon. The sun hit the paint just right, making that dark blue glow. I hadn't even shut the truck off when the front door opened and Blake stepped out. Hoodie, slides, hair messy, like he'd rolled out of bed at the crack of noon. His eyes went straight to the truck, locked on, no blinking. "Oh, damn," he said, walking toward it with that grin he uses when he wants something. "So when you letting me take it out?" There it was. Not admiration, not congratulations. Just the same entitled tone he's had since he learned how to ask for things without earning them. He circled the truck like he was doing an inspection he had authority for. I leaned against the door and answered with a dry, flat tone. "Yeah, right after I hand you my PIN number." He laughed like I was joking. I wasn't. I made sure the energy in my voice didn't leave any room for imagination. He kept circling anyway, eyes going over every detail like he was planning upgrades for something that didn't belong to him. He reached for the handle. I hit the lock with the remote before he touched it. "Relax," he said, acting offended. "I was just going to check out the inside. You can check it out from exactly where you're standing." He blinked, confused for a second, like his brain couldn't process a boundary. To him, my stuff was always just temporary storage until he felt ready to claim it. The Silverado wasn't going to be one of those things. Mom stepped onto the porch, smiling too wide, doing her usual cheerleader routine for Blake. Dad followed her out, hands on his hips, scanning the truck from the stairs. Blake looked back at them, trying to get some kind of backup for his big brother shares everything act. "Looks expensive," Dad said. Not impressed. Judging. "Looks earned," I answered. Blake shrugged like he was the one allowing the purchase. "Yeah, it's cool. You know I'd look good in it too." "Good thing you'll never find out," I said. That wiped the smirk off his face for half a second. Then he switched to the fake laugh mode again, the one where he pretends he's not bothered so he can circle back later and try another angle. Blake doesn't drop things, he stores them. Mom came down the steps and hugged me, talking too fast about how busy they'd been and how Blake was just teasing. Dad kept staring at the truck like he was calculating its usefulness for somebody who wasn't me. I knew that look. I'd seen it every year I came home with new work boots or tools, anything I'd earned on my own. It was the look that said, "How long until this belongs to your brother?" Blake stepped beside me again. "Seriously, though, you gotta let me drive it at least once. Like a christening or something. I gave him a half smirk. Yeah, the day you pay one bill in my life. He didn't like that answer. He didn't say anything back either, which told me he'd pocketed the moment for later. As the sun went down and they kept trying to joke their way into the truck, that familiar pressure settled in. The same pressure that always came with walking through this door. The expectation that I'd fold the way they taught me to. The same old weight waiting to tighten as soon as Blake wanted something. I didn't say anything about it. I didn't need to. But I knew this visit wasn't going to stay quiet for long. I grew up in a house where the rules weren't written anywhere, but everyone knew them. My dad, Mark Hayes, was an ex-Army NCO who believed volume solved everything. He'd bark orders in the kitchen like he was running drills on a parade field. It didn't matter if it was chores, grades, or the way you breathed. If something annoyed him, he turned it into a lesson. Mom, Lisa, didn't yell. She weaponized disappointment. She could turn any situation into your fault, even if you weren't in the room when it happened. Her favorite lines were things like, "Do you want to see your father upset?" Or, "You know Blake looks up to you?" She said it in a soft voice that made you feel like you were failing some invisible test. Between the two of them, the system was airtight. I started working early because nobody ever told me not to. By 10, I was mowing lawns around the neighborhood. By 13, I had a paper route I ran before school. At 16, I was moving freight in a warehouse after class, stacking pallets while other kids were stacking college brochures. None of that surprised anyone. Work was just what I did. If anything, Dad criticized me for not doing more. Blake, meanwhile, didn't have to do anything. If he forgot homework, Mom blamed the teacher. If he broke something, Dad blamed childhood energy. If he lied, they blamed his creative mind. And if he screwed up majorly, which happened often, they blamed whatever they could grab. The weather, his mood, his friends, me. He totaled a go-kart in the backyard once, smashed it into the fence because he thought drifting on damp grass was a good idea. Instead of consequences, Mom took him out for ice cream to calm him down. I spent the next weekend replacing fence boards and straightening the frame of the go-kart with tools I paid for myself. Blake walked around telling people he fixed it. Another time, he stole a neighbor kid's bike, repainted it, and rode it like he owned it. When the neighbor came to the door, Dad said it was a misunderstanding and wrote a check without looking at me, even though Blake tried to shove the blame onto me right in front of them. Dad didn't blink. Blake was the innocent one. I was the older one. Automatic culprit. School wasn't any different. If I came home with an A, Dad asked why it wasn't an A+. If Blake brought home a C-, they hung it on the fridge like he'd won a scholarship. Mom would say things like, "Blake tries so hard," while staring at me like I was supposed to clap. When I bought my first set of tools at 17, every dollar earned from stacking pallets, Dad said, "Good, now you can fix Blake's stuff too." It wasn't a joke. The expectation was real. My work was family property, and Blake counted as family twice. By the time I graduated high school, I knew exactly how the roles worked. I left for job sites because staying home meant spending my life propping up someone who wasn't even trying to stand. Blake stayed because he didn't have to do anything to survive. They kept him cushioned, protected, praised for existing. I wasn't jealous, not even once. I just didn't understand the point of raising someone who never had to earn anything. Eventually, I learned the truth that explained everything. They didn't raise two sons. They raised one prince, Blake, and one pack mule, me. My job wasn't to succeed. It was to keep Blake comfortable while he floated through life untouched. They never admitted that. They didn't have to. It showed in every chore list, every punishment, every Tyler, help your brother, and every Blake didn't mean it. So when Blake looked at my new truck like it had his name etched in the paint, it wasn't surprising. That was the pattern repeating itself. The difference now was simple. I wasn't 17 anymore, and I wasn't playing my assigned role ever again. 2 days into my visit, Mom texted me saying she wanted a quiet family dinner to catch up. No agenda, no hint of anything. Just a normal meal, supposedly. I knew better, but I went anyway. If nothing else, I wanted to see how long it would take for the real reason to surface. Their house looked exactly the same when I pulled up. Same patchy lawn, same porch light flickering like it had been dying for years. I parked the Silverado in the street instead of the driveway. No point giving Blake another reason to circle it like a stray cat. When I walked in, Blake was already sitting at the table, hoodie, phone in hand, pretending he hadn't been watching the window for my arrival. He looked up with that half-wounded, half-smug expression he'd mastered since childhood. "Hey," he said, tone soft and fragile, like he was recovering from an injury I caused. Mom appeared beside him with plates, smiling too brightly. "We're just glad you made it, honey. It's been too long." Dad stood behind her, arms crossed, sizing me up instead of greeting me. If I didn't know better, I'd think he was preparing to issue orders. Blake stayed quiet, letting the dramatics build. We all sat down. Small talk lasted roughly 30 seconds. They didn't care what I'd been working on or where I'd been assigned lately. They never did. They wanted to get to their point. Mark didn't waste time. So, he said, leaning back like a judge about to pass sentence, your brother has been struggling with transportation. His car's been acting up. You know that. I looked at Blake. He gave me a small, rehearsed sigh. Shoulders slumped. Wounded prince mode activated. Dad continued, you're doing well out there. Good money, good hours, you can manage. Mom's breath hitched like she was warming up her crying routine. She didn't wait for my answer. She went straight into the tears. Blake just needs something reliable, Tyler. He's had such a hard year. You know how sensitive he is. Blake kept his head down, hands folded like he was praying. Perfect performance. Then Mark said it, clean and direct, like he was stating something obvious instead of demanding something insane. So we think it's reasonable that you let him take the truck. No buildup, no asking, just the decree. I didn't blink. No. Mom gasped like I'd slapped the table. Blake's head jerked up. Dad stiffened. I set my fork down. I paid for it. I'm keeping it. Simple. Final. Mom wiped her eyes. Honey, please. We're talking about family. Blake needs a leg up. Blake nodded, adding a whisper soft, it's not forever. Just until I get things sorted. I shook my head. No. That truck is mine. Dad's face tightened. He swapped to the voice he used when he thought respect was automatic. Don't be selfish, Tyler. Your brother needs help. You don't need that thing right now. Not like he does. There's a difference between needing transportation, I said, and needing someone else's property. Mom sniffed harder. Blake shifted in his seat like he was trying to look as fragile as possible. Dad leaned in, voice low but sharp. You think you're above this family now? You think because you have a paycheck you get to talk down to us? I looked him dead in the eye. No, but I'm not handing over a truck I earned because you two can't say no to Blake. Dad's jaw clenched. He's your brother. Right. Not my dependent. Mom reached across the table like she could grab the decision out of the air. Tyler, please, for once, do the right thing. There's nothing right about giving him my truck, I said. End of story. Dad tried one more angle, his usual father authority tone. Watch how you speak in this house. You're forgetting your place. I gave him a small, cold smirk. My place is behind my own steering wheel. Blake's face twisted. He wasn't used to me shutting things down without a negotiation. He muttered, You always think you're better than me. No, I said. I think I work harder than you. Big difference. Dad pushed back from the table, tapping his fingers like he was deciding whether to yell or lecture. Mom was already breathing in hiccups. Blake whispered something about not being supported. Mom repeated it louder, framing it like evidence. I stood up. Dinner's over for me. Mom grabbed her napkin like she was preparing for a funeral. Dad tried one last shot. You're going to regret this attitude. I walked toward the door. I regret driving over here. I didn't wait for a response. I didn't need one. When I got back to my duplex on the south side of Tulsa, the first thing I did was pull into the driveway, shut the truck off, and pull out the boxes I'd ordered a while back. Driveway and door cameras I'd been meaning to install but never bothered with. That night I mounted them both. Quick, precise, no hesitation. I didn't do it out of fear. I did it because I knew the pattern. When Blake didn't get what he wanted, he didn't let it go. And neither did my parents. 2 days after the dinner, I got a text from my cousin Riley asking if I was coming to Grandma's birthday dinner at Aunt Denise's place. Riley wasn't the type to stir anything, so I took it at face value. Nobody from my immediate family had mentioned it, but that wasn't unusual. They usually delivered information selectively. I showed up right on time. The driveway was full. Cars lined along the curb, porch lights on, voices inside. Looked like a real gathering. I grabbed a store-bought pie from the passenger seat and headed in. The second I stepped inside, I knew something was wrong. The living room wasn't set up for a birthday. No cake, no decorations, no presents, just chairs arranged in a wide circle. Aunts, uncles, cousins, everyone sitting stiff, eyes already on me. Grandma wasn't there. Aunt Denise cleared her throat. Your grandma wasn't feeling up to coming tonight. Sure she wasn't. Then I saw Mark and Lisa standing near the back wall like hosts of a talk show, and Blake slumped in a chair off to the side, hands clasped dramatically, looking like he'd been injured in some tragic event. It wasn't a birthday dinner. It was an ambush. I scanned the room once. Every seat filled. Everyone watching. The setup was obvious. An intervention, except nobody in the room could define what I'd supposedly done wrong. My parents must have told them something dramatic enough to get them all here, though. Mom stepped forward, voice soft and trembling. Tyler, we're just here to talk as a family. Dad followed with a stern nod, like this was court and he was the judge. Everyone is concerned about the situation. I looked at Blake, who was staring at the floor like the star of a made-for-TV tragedy. He didn't even look up to sell it harder. That was new. Usually he loved the attention. I took a slow breath. All right, I said. Let's hear it. Aunt Denise started, rehearsed tone and all. We think your parents are just trying to support both of you. They're worried you're being unnecessarily harsh. Uncle Pat chimed in. Your brother is going through a tough time. He needs stability. A cousin added, he just wants a fair shot. Every person spoke like they'd practiced the lines. Same phrases, same tone, same direction. Blame me, excuse Blake. Mark finally took center position. Your brother needs reliable transportation to get his life on track. You're financially secure. You can afford to share. Mom nodded, fighting tears. We thought you'd understand if you heard it from family, not just us. Blake finally looked up, adding a quiet and perfectly pitched, I'm not trying to take advantage, Ty. I just need help. He said it like I was the unreasonable one, like the truck magically belonged to him unless I defended it. I scanned the room again, faces full of expectation. They were waiting for me to fold in front of an audience. That was the whole point, pressure from every direction. Instead, I straightened up and said loud enough for every person to hear, if you're all here to beg for my truck, line up behind Blake. The answer is still no. Silence. A couple relatives looked away fast, like they'd just realized how ridiculous the setup was. Riley hid a laugh behind their hand. Uncle Pat muttered something into his shirt collar. Mom's face crumpled. Dad's posture stiffened. Blake actually flinched. A little twitch he tried to hide. I kept going. You dragged half the family here to guilt me into giving away something I bought. If you want to help Blake, go for it. Buy him a bus pass, a bike, another car. But my truck isn't on the table. Aunt Denise tried to salvage it. We're just trying to keep peace. Then stop staging interventions for a grown man who refuses to work, I said. That pushed a few people over the edge. My Uncle Ray stood up, clearing his throat. Well, maybe this wasn't the best idea. Cousin Madeline followed. Yeah, I didn't know it was about taking your truck. That wasn't how your mom explained it. A couple others nodded, murmuring. Mom tried to reel them back in. He's twisting it. I cut her off. No twisting. You lied to get me here. You used Grandma as an excuse. I looked around the room again. And you wasted everyone's time. Dad's jaw clenched so hard the muscle twitched along the side. We're talking about family responsibility. I stepped toward the doorway. Responsibility doesn't mean surrendering my property because Blake can't handle being an adult. That was it. Nobody tried another speech. Nobody blocked the exit. I walked out, got in the beater sedan I'd driven there, and left the house without looking back. An hour later, while I was back at my duplex, Riley texted me, just so you know, your parents planned that whole thing with Blake. They had talking points written out. A second message came right after. Most of us didn't know what it was really about. They said you were acting unstable. Total lie. I thanked them and set my phone down. The ambush hadn't convinced me to hand over anything. It just confirmed exactly what I already knew. If Blake wanted something, my parents would turn the entire family into tools to get it, and they'd barely try to hide it. The lawsuit showed up on a Thursday morning, dropped in my mailbox like a bad joke. A thick packet, my parents' names at the top, and a list of claims that read like they'd been written by someone who'd never been told no a day in their life. They said there was a family understanding. They said the truck was intended for Blake. They said I was withholding property promised to my younger brother. Nothing subtle, nothing grounded in reality. Just a rewritten version of events where I existed purely as Blake's storage unit. I skimmed the pages, flipped to the signatures, and saw both Mark and Lisa had signed like this was some noble act of duty. Blake's name wasn't on anything. He wasn't dumb enough to put his own signature on a lie. He let them do the heavy lifting while he hid behind his usual victim routine. I didn't bother with shock. I didn't bother with anger. They'd tried guilt. They'd tried an ambush. And now they were trying a legal attack. They were just leveling up the same demand. I called Carter Nguyen, a lawyer one of my coworkers swore by. Guy was mid-30s, sharp voice, sharper eyes. After hearing the story, his first sentence was, "They're out of their minds, but paperwork makes idiots bold. Send me everything." So I did. Carter filed a response, and discovery began. Over the next few weeks, the back and forth warmed up. That's when things got entertaining. My parents had no proof of anything. Not one text, not one email, not one message showing any agreement whatsoever. Because there wasn't one. Their entire case sat on understood expectations, which isn't a legal argument. It's a family excuse. Carter told me, they're fishing for something that doesn't exist. Let them waste their energy. Meanwhile, the cousin leak kicked in. Riley sent me a folder of screenshots from the group chat my parents and Blake had used to orchestrate the ambush. They'd drafted talking points, listed which relatives should say what, and even practiced sympathy lines for Blake. The messages were time-stamped, clear and embarrassing. Then, Riley forwarded the messages Blake had sent privately to a couple cousins. I'm calling dibs on Tyler's truck. He'll fold. Mom and Dad are going to make him do the right thing. He's got money. He doesn't need it. Hard evidence of entitlement. Hard evidence of planning. Hard evidence that the lawsuit wasn't about fairness. It was about Blake deciding he deserved something. Carter added it to the discovery packet with a smile that said, "This is over already." A few weeks later, after scheduling and document exchange, the deposition started. Blake went first. He arrived dressed like he was auditioning for a commercial about hardship. Oversized sweater, messy hair, dark circles he probably drew on himself. He sat down, sighed dramatically, and started every answer with, "I'm trying my best," or, "This has been so hard on me." When Carter asked him what evidence he had of the so-called family understanding, Blake blinked hard like he was queuing up tears. "It wasn't written," he whispered. "It was emotional. We all just knew." Carter didn't react. "So you have no documentation?" Blake let a tear fall. "Tyler's always been the strong one. I'm the sensitive one. Mom and Dad said they'd make things fair for me. He knows that." I sat across the table, watching the performance like a bad play. The tears slid down, but none hit his shirt. His breathing was offbeat, fake, practiced, predictable. Carter slid a printed screenshot across the table. "Is this your message?" Blake looked. The words were unmistakable. "I'm calling dibs on Tyler's truck." Blake froze, then stammered, "That was a joke." "Understood," Carter said. "And this one?" He slid the next. "Mom and Dad are going to make him do the right thing." Blake wiped a tear that didn't exist. "Context matters." Carter didn't let him finish. "And this? He'll fold." Even the court reporter stopped typing for half a second. Blake's act cracked. The tears stopped. His jaw tightened. That was the real Blake, entitled and cornered. Next came my parents' depositions. Mark tried authority first, talking like he was giving a motivational speech. He claimed family principles, unwritten rules, and Tyler's obligation as the older son. Carter let him talk until he ran out of breath, then asked, "Do you have any written evidence of this alleged agreement?" Mark stiffened. "It wasn't written. It was understood." Carter nodded slowly. Understood by whom? Mark's silence answered perfectly. Mom tried tears and guilt. She insisted Blake needed a fresh start and that the truck represented balance in the family. She kept looking at me like I was betraying them by sitting still. Carter asked one simple question. "Did you or your husband ever give Tyler any money, loans, or promises regarding this truck?" "No," she whispered. "And did Tyler ever tell you he planned to give the truck to Blake?" "No," she whispered again. By the time my deposition came, their case had already collapsed. I answered Carter's questions plainly. When I bought the truck, how I paid for it, why I kept a second car, and what my parents had demanded. No theatrics, no emotion, no speeches, just facts. When it wrapped, Carter gathered the folders, looked at me and said, "They have nothing, and now we have everything." He was right. Their lawsuit wasn't a legal case. It was a tantrum with paperwork, and it wasn't going to save Blake from the one thing he'd never faced in his life, consequences. A few weeks after the depositions, the courthouse was packed tighter than it needed to be. Mark and Lisa sat on one side, stiff-backed and polished, like they were posing for a church directory photo. Blake sat between them in the same helpless posture he'd used at the ambush. Shoulders slumped, hands folded, lips pressed in a permanent pout. He looked like a kid waiting for a lollipop, not a grown man in front of a judge. I sat with Carter and Nguyen, calm, ready, and bored. When the case was called, Blake launched straight into the performance. He talked about his hard year, his mental strain, his need for stability, and how the truck represented family support. He dropped lines he'd rehearsed, complete with slow pauses like he wanted the courtroom to admire the emotional spacing. My parents backed him up with wide eyes and innocent tones. Lisa dabbed her eyelids every few minutes, the tears barely there. Mark tried to play the reasonable father, talking about family expectations and promises understood between brothers. He didn't look at me once. Not even when he explained my duty as the older son. Carter took his turn and dismantled the whole thing piece by piece. No agreement, no documentation, no messages showing any plan to give Blake a truck. Then he presented the screenshots. The group chat planning the ambush, the dibs statements, the guilt manipulation strategy. The judge read each page slowly, like he was waiting for someone to give him a reason not to laugh. Blake tried to interrupt twice. Both times the judge shut him down. When it was over, the judge leaned back and let the silence stretch. Then he delivered the ruling in clean, sharp sentences. Case dismissed with prejudice. Plaintiffs cover my costs and attorney's fees. No evidence of any agreement. Blake's face collapsed. Lisa gasped. Mark's jaw twitched like he was chewing nails. I thanked the judge, shook Carter's hand, and walked out of the courtroom feeling exactly how I expected to feel. Steady, not triumphant. The outcome had never been in doubt. I drove back to my duplex, parking the Silverado in its usual spot. I barely had time to shut the truck door before I heard footsteps behind me. Mark. He came across the driveway with the straight-line march he used to use when he was about to bark orders. No hello, no build-up. He stopped 3 feet away, eyes locked on the keys in my hand. You think this is over? He asked, voice low and shaking. That judge didn't fix anything. I didn't answer. I didn't move. He stepped closer, reaching for my pocket like he could just take the keys the way a parent snatches a toy from a toddler. His fingers brushed the edge of my jeans. I caught his wrist before he could close his hand. Try that again, and you will not like what you keep. And his eyes flicked up, confused for half a second. Then he pulled his hand back fast, like he'd touched a live wire. He stared at me, the realization settling in. Whatever version of me he thought he could intimidate didn't exist anymore. Lisa called his name from the street, voice shaky but trying to sound outraged. Blake was in the passenger seat of their car, watching from behind the window like a kid spying through curtains. Mark held my stare another second, then stepped back. You're a disappointment, he said. Get in line, I answered. He walked off, shaking his head like he'd been wronged. They drove away, Blake craning his neck to get a last look at the truck. I pocketed the keys and went inside. 3 days later, I was doing a routine check on the Silverado. Nothing unusual, just habit. When I crouched under the front end, I noticed something out of place. The wheel speed sensor lead in the front harness had been cut clean. Not frayed, not worn. Someone knew exactly what to slice to strand me later. It wouldn't have killed the truck instantly, but it would have stranded me somewhere inconvenient. Maybe the highway, maybe a job site hours from town. Definitely not an accident. I didn't swear. I didn't rant. I just took out my phone and took pictures from every angle. Then I pulled the footage from the cameras I'd installed before, replaying the last few nights frame by frame. Blake never appeared on camera. Neither did my parents. Whoever did it came up the narrow side yard path along the fence, the one angle my first setup did not cover. I had the front walk and the alley approach, but not that cut through by the trash cans. So I fixed that. I spent the evening redoing the entire setup. New mounts, higher angles, additional coverage over the whole driveway and both sides of the duplex. No gaps, no blind corners, no way to approach the truck without showing up on a lens. When I was done, I wiped my hands, locked the doors, and sat on the couch. I was waiting. Because the pattern was obvious. When Blake didn't get what he wanted, he escalated. When my parents didn't get what they wanted, they pushed harder. And nothing about the last week suggested they were done. The morning it happened, the air was cold enough to fog my breath as soon as I stepped outside. I locked the front door, coffee in one hand, work bag in the other. Same routine, same time, same quiet duplex driveway. Then I saw the Silverado. All 4 tires were flattened to the rims. Not deflated, slashed. Straight, deliberate cuts. Whoever did it used a sharp blade and confidence. I didn't walk closer right away. I stood still, taking in the angles of the cuts, the way the rubber peeled outward. No guessing needed. This wasn't random vandalism. It was a message. I turned around, went back inside, set the coffee down, and pulled up the upgraded camera feed. I fast-forwarded through the night until motion detection kicked in. There he was, Blake. Clear as daylight, hood off, face uncovered. He came in from the side yard path I had just covered, stepped into the driveway with a knife in his right hand, crouched, and slashed the front tire in one quick motion. No hesitation. Then the next. Then the next. He switched hands once, wiped the blade on his sleeve, and kept going. He wasn't rushing. He wasn't hiding. He wasn't even checking the surroundings. He did it like he believed the world was his, and I was still in the role they raised me for. He finished, looked at the truck like he'd accomplished something meaningful, and walked away without looking back. I saved the footage. Then I saved it again to an external drive. Then emailed a copy to myself. 3 versions. No chance of accidental deletion. I grabbed my keys for the beater sedan, backed out, and drove straight to the police station. Inside, I explained the situation to the desk officer. He asked for proof. I handed him the USB. He clicked play. Blake appeared on the screen, slashing tire after tire with the enthusiasm of someone cutting birthday cake. The officer's eyebrows went up. Well, that's clear. Crystal, I said. He called another officer over, who watched it once and nodded. Yeah, we'll open a case. Someone will reach out soon. The report was filed under vandalism and criminal mischief. I signed the papers, provided my contact information, and walked out. No emotion, no drama, just procedure. By the time I got home, Mark and Lisa's car was already parked crooked in the driveway, like they'd rushed over the second Blake realized the police had been notified. They were standing on my porch when I walked up. Lisa started first, voice overly bright. Tyler, honey, we heard something happened. We came to help. Mark nodded, trying a calm expression he didn't own. We want to make this right. Tires aren't cheap. Let us cover it. I walked past them and unlocked the door. Lisa stepped toward me. We can fix this as a family. Mark added, and Blake can take the truck on weekends, just until he gets settled. That way everyone wins. There it was. The trade, the strings attached, the fake peace offering that was really just another attempt to get what they'd wanted from the beginning. I turned to face them. You're not buying weekends with my property. That game is dead. Lisa's smile cracked instantly. Mark's face tightened. Before either of them could respond, Blake came around the corner of the house. He must have been listening the whole time. His expression flipped between shock and fury, realizing the plan had failed and I wasn't bending. You called the cops on me? He snapped. You slashed my tires, I said. What did you think was going to happen? He stepped forward, hands shaking. You're seriously doing this? Over a truck? Over my property being vandalized by a grown man who should know better. Lisa rushed to Blake's side like he'd been stabbed. He's upset. He wasn't thinking clearly. Mark jabbed a finger toward me. This doesn't have to go further. Withdraw the report. We'll handle it in the family. It's already filed, I said. And it's staying filed. Blake's jaw tightened. His eyes went sharp. The victim act collapsing. You're ruining my life. No, I said. You're ruining your own. He glared at me with a mix of humiliation and something close to panic. He wasn't used to consequences approaching from the front door. They didn't say goodbye when they left. They just got in the car, slammed the doors, and peeled out like teenagers caught shoplifting. An hour later, the call started. Blake first, crying, rambling, begging. Then yelling, insulting, threatening, then crying again. I didn't answer a single one. I let the voicemail fill up. When the last call came in, I picked up just long enough to deliver one line. You wanted my attention. Congratulations. You got the kind that comes with a case number. Then I hung up. On the drive back from the station, I called the shop that outfits our site trucks. They had a matching set in stock and held them for me. I swung by in the beater, loaded the rubber, and headed home. By evening, I had the tires replaced, one by one, with a torque wrench and a quiet mind. After that, I went inside and upgraded the cameras again. 2 more angles, tighter coverage, infrared, automatic backups to cloud and external. When the system rebooted, I scrolled through the settings, checked every feed, and clicked Save. Then I blocked all 3 numbers, Mark, Lisa, and Blake. Calls, texts, everything, gone. The next morning, I took the paperwork and filed for a no-contact order. Clean, simple, legal, final. By the time I returned home and stepped out into the driveway, the air was quiet. The Silverado sat on new tires. Cameras pointed from every angle, the morning damage replaced with clarity. I stood there for a moment, not to admire anything, but to acknowledge something simple. They didn't lose a truck fight. They lost the right to reach into my life ever again. And this time, they understood it. If you enjoyed this video, please hit that subscribe button. It really helps the channel and help us bring you more and better stories. Thanks. My parents refused to pay a single dollar for my college and told me to stay and work at the family cafe. So I left and built my own life. Years later, they demanded $135,000 for my sister's wedding, and I gave them the exact answer they once gave me. Hey Reddit, I grew up as the backup kid in a family that only invested in my sister. So I kept my head down, built my own life from scratch, and finally got out. But just when I thought I was free, they came back with their hands out. Before we get into the mess, let me rewind to where it all started. Name's Calvin Ward. I'm 26 now, working in financial analysis at a firm in North Crest City. But this story doesn't start there. It starts in Willow Hills, the small town where I grew up in a modest 2-story house that looked like every other house on our street. My dad, Douglas, ran a neighborhood cafe. My mom, Janet, stayed home most days. And my sister, Lydia, was the family's official pride project. If you grew up with a golden child sibling, you'll understand this next part immediately. Lydia didn't just get praise. She got announcements, achievements, compliments, random moments. They all became events. Meanwhile, I learned early that my job in the family was supporting cast. My dad was the first one to make that clear. He had me doing cafe chores before I could spell half the words on the menu. Heavy boxes, deliveries, cleaning, random repairs he didn't want to do himself. If a pipe was clogged, it was suddenly a good lesson in responsibility. If chairs needed moving, he'd pat my shoulder and tell me I was built for practical work. Funny thing, once a customer tipped me $20 for running an order to their car in the rain. Dad took it, and later I found out he gave it to Lydia as reward money for doing well in school. I was 12. That was the moment I realized effort wasn't the currency in our house. Image was. Mom wasn't loud about it, but she had her own way of drawing lines. She called Lydia brilliant, gifted, our bright one. I was steady, practical, and good with my hands, which is parent code for don't aim too high. She said it in a soft voice, like she was doing me a favor by keeping my expectations in check. Family gatherings followed the same theme. We'd sit in a living room full of relatives, and the conversation would turn into what Lydia accomplished this month. I didn't mind talking. No one asked. After a while, I just stopped trying. I'd sit, listen, and file every comment away. Not because I wanted revenge or anything dramatic. I just learned that paying attention mattered more than complaining. Everyday life had its own small reminders of the ranking system. When a new phone came out, Lydia got it. I'd get her old cracked one with the battery that died in an hour. When she grew out of clothes, they became mine if they were gender neutral enough. If not, Mom picked up clearance stuff from a discount rack and called it good enough for school. None of this made me bitter at the time. Kids don't label things like that. You just live the pattern you're handed. I ate the disrespect quietly because arguing never changed anything. It only made me look dramatic or ungrateful. 2 words my dad loved using whenever I pointed out the double standards. So I adjusted. I stopped expecting fairness. I stopped expecting praise. Instead, I watched. When you grow up as the backup kid, you either break or you become observant. I chose observant. I learned to track who invested in me, almost no one, and who invested in Lydia, everyone. I learned which promises were real, my grandparents, and which ones were just noise, my parents. By the time I hit high school, the pattern was so obvious that I didn't take anything personally anymore. Lydia succeeded? Great for her. I just knew none of that translated into help for me. If I wanted something, I figured I'd have to build the path myself. Looking back, that mindset ended up being the best survival tool I had. It didn't make me colder, it made me clearer. I wasn't confused about my place in that house. I wasn't waiting for an apology or a sudden moment where they'd look at me and realize I was worth the same as my sister. Lydia got into Ridgeview University in early spring of my junior year. The moment that envelope hit the mailbox, our house turned into a parade float. Janet called every relative she had ever spoken to. Douglas closed the cafe early so the family could celebrate properly. Apparently that meant Lydia picking the dinner, Lydia picking the dessert, Lydia choosing which photos got posted online with captions like, "So proud of our brilliant girl. We've saved for this since she was born." That line stuck with me. Saved since she was born. Nobody had ever said anything like that about me. Still, I assumed my turn would come. Not fanfare, just fairness. By senior year, my grades were steady. Mostly A's, a few B's, and one club I actually liked. I wasn't a prodigy, but I wasn't dead weight either. I worked the cafe shifts Douglas assigned, handled the heavy stuff without complaining, and kept my head down. Applying to college felt like the next logical step, not a wild leap. One night after dinner, I brought it up. Calm, straightforward. Mom, Dad, I've been looking at universities. I want to apply. Janet didn't even pause. She laughed, not unkindly, just dismissively. Calvin, sweetheart, college isn't really your lane. You're more practical. Nothing wrong with that. Douglas nodded like she'd made a profound point. Your sister is academic. You're hands-on. The world needs both. They said it like the roles were assigned at birth and couldn't be changed. I didn't argue. I just clarified. My grades are solid. I can get in. I want to study finance. Douglas rubbed his jaw, like the words annoyed him. Calvin, the cafe is hitting a rough patch. Business is down. We need you here. This family can't afford to lose you right now. This was new. He'd never claimed the cafe was failing before. I waited. He leaned forward. Let's be clear. I need someone reliable. Someone who won't run off. If you stay, I'll put you on payroll full-time. Stable work, room to grow, responsible path. Janet chimed in. It would help all of us, honey. Then Douglas pulled out a folder, an actual folder, and slid it across the table. Inside was a long-term employment agreement with his signature already on it. 5 years. Locked schedule. No attending school out of town. This protects you and protects us, he said. If you sign, at least we know the cafe won't collapse. We raised you better than chasing risky ideas. It was guilt covered with family duty. Responsibility wrapped around a trap. I kept my voice even. I'm willing to help, but I can work part-time while studying. I can come home weekends. I can adjust my hours around classes. Douglas shut that down immediately. Not enough. You'll get distracted. The cafe needs full commitment. All right then. I tried a different angle. I'll do a formal loan agreement, I said. College costs. I'll pay it back with interest. We can put it in writing. I'll sign whatever guarantees you want. Janet didn't hesitate. No borrowing. Our family doesn't take loans on principle. That was the same principle they abandoned whenever Lydia wanted something expensive. I closed the folder, pushed it back, and said nothing else. There was no point. Their decision wasn't about the cafe, and it wasn't about practicality. It was about where they placed value. Lydia was worth investing in. I was worth using. I didn't waste a second argument. Their minds were made up. So was mine. The next afternoon, I took the bus to my grandparents' house, Franklin and Marjorie. I told them everything, not with drama, just straight facts. They listened without interrupting. When I finished, Franklin sat back, breathing slow through his nose, the way he did when he was angry, but didn't want to show it. You want to go to college? He asked. Yes, I said. And you'll work? Study? Handle it yourself? I will. He nodded once. Then you're going. Over the next 2 weeks, Franklin made calls, filled out paperwork, and contacted an old friend who handled real estate. By the 3rd week, he had sold the old country place and the land attached to it. That property had been in our family for generations. He didn't treat it like a tragedy. He treated it like an investment. Me. To be honest, I felt bad about it, but I had already made up my mind that I was going to pay them back every dime they invested in me. When they handed me the deposit slip covering my first year's tuition, I didn't know how to respond. The sale covered my first year's tuition and left a modest reserve in case I needed a bridge later. Franklin just said, do something with it. Make it count. I never forgot that. Departure day came in August. I was 18. The bus to North Crest City left at noon. Franklin and Marjorie drove me to the station with a small box of snacks and a sweater because city weather is unpredictable. They hugged me, told me to call when I arrived, and reminded me they were proud. I looked around once, half expecting Douglas or Janet to appear. They didn't. I boarded anyway. When the bus pulled out, I didn't feel abandoned, just confirmed. I left once. No chasing, no second invitations. North Crest City wasn't glamorous, but it felt bigger than anything I'd known. I moved into student housing near campus and started my investment management major. The classes were dense, the textbooks were expensive, and the professors talked like everyone already owned a portfolio. I didn't. I had a notebook, a calculator, and the pressure of not wasting what Franklin and Marjorie sacrificed. My routine settled fast. Classes in the morning, a part-time shift at a copy shop in the afternoon, and studying until campus security reminded everyone the building was closing. Cheap food, cheap clothes, cheap everything. I kept expenses low because pride kept me from asking Douglas or Janet for a cent. They didn't offer anyway. Silence made the math easy. Breaks came and went. I didn't visit Willow Hills except for short stays with Franklin and Marjorie. They always had a room ready, even after downsizing from the old country property. We'd eat simple meals and talk about classes, not family politics. They never pushed for updates on Douglas or Janet, and I never volunteered any. Distance helped, not dramatic distance, just the quiet kind that grows when people stop showing up for you. College years passed in a cycle of work, study, and progress I could measure. My GPA climbed. I picked up internship hours wherever I could. I learned Excel inside out. I practiced mock interviews with anyone willing to spare time. None of it was glamorous, but it built leverage, slow, steady, real. Graduation hit harder than I expected. I was 22 then. Not emotional, just clear. I'd built it without shortcuts. Franklin and Marjorie came to the ceremony, sat in the front row and clapped like I'd been accepted into NASA. Douglas and Janet didn't come. They didn't call. Not even a generic congratulations. I didn't wait for one. The job hunt after graduation was rough. Companies wanted experience I didn't have, and internships counted only halfway. I sent out applications every morning and checked emails at night. Weeks went by with no replies or boilerplate rejections. I didn't take it personally. It was the market, not a judgment of me. Eventually, a small trading company called Harbor Ridge Capital said they needed someone for entry-level research. They were blunt about it. Low pay, high hours, and boring tasks. I accepted immediately. Boring wasn't a problem. Boring was stable. With the job came my first apartment on Cedar Street. The building wasn't unsafe, just worn down. Peeling paint, slow elevator, neighbors who didn't speak much. I didn't need fancy. I needed my own place, my own keys, and a door that closed. A few months into the job, I got a message from Hollis, a guy I knew from Willow Hills who floated between social circles. Nothing major, just a link to a post Lydia had made. Caption: proud of my brother for graduating. I helped guide him through applications and essays, back when he wasn't sure what he wanted. Guide me? Lydia hadn't even asked what my major was. I read it twice, not because it hurt, but because it was a new development. She wasn't attacking me. She was rewriting history around herself. A small lie, early, but a lie all the same. I didn't comment on it. Didn't call her. Didn't ask for correction. I logged it. Same as everything else. Patterns matter more than posts. About a week later, Lydia texted me directly for the first time in years. Hey, haven't seen you in forever. Come to dinner Friday? Would love to catch up. Where? My place. Casual. Just us and mom and dad. No pressure. That no pressure was the red flag. Lydia's tone was always brightest when she wanted something. I told her I'd come. Friday night, I walked toward her neighborhood, keeping my expectations flat. Not pessimistic, just realistic. Lydia never reached out unless there was a purpose. Maybe she wanted to brag about Ridgeview. Maybe she wanted a photo for social media to match her story. Maybe she wanted something from me. I wasn't going in blind, and I wasn't going in hopeful either. The house came into view. One of those modern builds Willow Hills started adding after people from the city moved in. Lights on, silhouettes inside, conversations already happening without me. Same as childhood. As I walked up the driveway, I could see my reflection in the glass door. Calm, collected, exactly how I wanted to be. I knocked once. Lydia opened the door with a smile too bright to be casual. Calvin, finally, we've missed you. Missed me? Unlikely. But I stepped inside anyway. Inside, the living room lights were bright enough to feel staged, like a realtor was about to walk in with a group of potential buyers. Janet sat on the couch with the kind of posture that made her look permanently ready for a photo. Douglas had a drink in hand, swirling it like he was thinking about something important, even though he probably wasn't. And Bryce, Lydia's fiancé, stood near the dining table dressed like he was hosting a corporate mixer instead of a simple family dinner. Jacket pressed, shirt perfect, cuffs aligned. The man didn't crease. They were already mid-conversation without me. Standard. I wasn't surprised. They had mastered the skill of starting every event like I wasn't part of it. Grab a seat, Lydia said, guiding me toward the table with that bright, overly pleasant smile that meant she was running the show. The smile dropped the second she turned away, but she assumed I didn't notice. The moment I sat, she slid right back into whatever sentence she'd been crafting. So, she said, giving me a polite smile with an edge behind it, you're still at that trading place? Harbor Ridge Capital, I said. Right. Her tone made it sound like a convenience store. Must be cute. Do you get, real clients there? Or is it mostly spreadsheets? Janet laughed in that performative mother tone she reserved only for Lydia. Sweetheart, be nice. I'm sure Calvin's job is stable. Practical work is important. Douglas chimed in without looking up from his plate. If it ever falls through, the cafe's still there. We can always use reliable hands. He smirked like he'd just delivered a headline joke. Backups are valuable, Lydia giggled. Bryce offered a polite smile, the kind people give when they don't want to participate, but want to appear supportive. I stayed quiet, not out of shock. Nothing here was new. I'd heard these lines enough times to predict the rhythm. I just watched, letting them perform without my help. Janet leaned forward, lacing her fingers like she was preparing for a heart-to-heart. Where are you living again? Cedar Street? Yeah, I said. Lydia widened her eyes in exaggerated surprise. Seriously? Isn't that one of those starter neighborhoods? I drove past once. It looked tight in her mouth, translated directly to beneath us. Douglas nodded as if confirming some official report. Saw on the news that area's not exactly premium? You sure that's where you want to be? No reaction from me. Cedar Street wasn't luxurious, but it was mine. It was paid with my own work, not someone else's. They wouldn't understand that difference. Dinner kept that same rhythm. Tiny jabs disguised as casual conversation. Lydia, now on staff at Ridgeview University, talked about her job, dropping buzzwords and emphasizing responsibility like she expected applause. Every few sentences she glanced at me, checking to see whether I looked impressed. I didn't. Douglas slipped in occasional comments like, steady jobs build character, and some people aren't wired for high-pressure work. Janet asked whether I'd thought about something more stable long-term, which was her coded way of suggesting I should stop aiming upward, so Lydia's shine remained unchallenged. At one point, Lydia started explaining a project she led. It's just so fast-paced. Lots of responsibility. Not everyone can handle that kind of pressure. Janet nodded. Your brother's more suited to reliability. He's always been that way. Douglas chuckled. He'll figure it out eventually. Every comment had a message. Know where you belong. Don't reach past what we decided you're meant for. I collected each one like data points. No heat behind it, just observation. Finally, when the plates were cleared and dessert appeared, I decided I'd heard all I needed to. The script was predictable. The digs were predictable. The dynamic hadn't changed. I pushed my chair back quietly and stood. I'm heading out. Lydia blinked like she hadn't prepared for that line. What? You're leaving already? I've got enough for tonight. Douglas snorted. Always dramatic. I didn't answer. I walked toward the door. Hand on the knob, I heard footsteps behind me. Measured, deliberate. Bryce. Calvin, he said. 1 second. I turned. He stepped into the hallway with the practiced calm of someone accustomed to being listened to. He clasped his hands behind his back like this was a performance review. I just want to keep things clear.